Hello, cool, exciting people doing cool, exciting things. Hope everything's going. This might be a little bit too saturated. Where, where did the history go? That used to be really convenient. YouTube. Oh, motherfucker! I'm angry. I'm angry. I'm just trying to get. Just trying to find something. You just made everything a lot more complicated. Thank you. Jaden! No, Jaden! Hey, how's it going? Sorry, this is getting away from me today. Jaden. Okay, this is good. How's it going, buddy? Ah, Jadon. Jaden. Oh, you don't even know what that's a reference to. You're too young. Jaden. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, buddy. But I'm glad you're writing. It's always good to write. You know, Jaden, I'm mad at myself because there was something I found that I wanted to show you, but I can't find it anymore. And, oh well. What can you do? I'd found another magazine that was looking for superhero fiction, like like books about superheroes. So I was gonna pass them along to you, but I can't find it. So what can you do? Yeah, you got Saturday. Oh, I'd help you. I'd help you edit it. if you had something, if you had written like a short story, I would have helped you edit it to make it more presentable for uh, for them. And we didn't have to tell them that you're 15. That could be. Tell me your cool idea. I want to hear it. Okay. We're gonna do some writing. I forgot. I'm gonna turn the air conditioning on because I am sweltering like a pig, Jaden. I'm sweating like a pig. 1 second. See somebody? I suspect it's never. Oh, and Day Tripper. Hello, hello, hello. How's it going on this wild and wacky day? But yeah, Jaden, when you're submitting, you're not supposed to tell them your age, so they wouldn't know. They wouldn't know. They would just judge you as a story. No, yo mama! Yeah. Yeah, it's Mother's Day tomorrow. My mom, being as Mother's Day and my mom's birthday are very close to each other, so we tend to kind of push them together. And plus, she doesn't like. Okay. Sounds good to me. Jaden, sounds good to me. Have you seen, speaking of Jaden, have you seen Thunderbolts yet? I'm buoyed by the fact that it's actually, I don't know the twist, but I'm sure everybody's talked about it. Ooh, that sucks. And Day Tripper, how are things going? Has the twist already been spoiled to you? Spoiled for you? What is actually going on with that? Because it got spoiled for me, but it actually makes me feel a lot better because I was. Yeah, it makes me feel better because the thing that was really depressing me about that movie was that it wasn't an adaptation of the actual Thunderbolts comics, and I was like, oh, that bummed me out because Thunderbolts is one of my favorites, and I wanted an actual adaptation, and the fact that it's actually the new Avengers is fun. That they're doing the new Avengers instead of the Thunderbolts, so I prefer that. I prefer that it's new Avengers now, because that means we can possibly get a real Thunderbolts adaptation somewhere down the line. Because it just kind of like my head was like, because it was so inexplicable to me, Jaden. Because I was like, boy, like, why are they not including like half of the iconic characters from Thunderbolts? Like, the fact that Songbird of all characters wasn't being included. Yeah, well, the fact that Songbird of all characters wasn't being included was like just throwing me through a. Was throwing me through such a loop. I was like, "What? Where is Songbird? Where?" Because it's like it feels weird that Marvel wouldn't want to include one of the more famous female superheroes that they have. And I was like, Songbird isn't in it, Atlas isn't in it, Moonstone. The fact that Moonstone wasn't in it, I was like, well, that is shocking. And anyways, so maybe we'll get the real Thunderbolts at some point. So I'm perfectly fine. Yes, but turns out they weren't villains at all. Never. They were superheroes the whole time, which is what makes me happy because it's like that's kind of the inverse of the whole Thunderbolts is that they're supervillains pretending to be superheroes. Anyways, still recommend the Thunderbolt comics. They're very. I reread them recently. They hold up pretty well. Yeah. I mean, it looked good. That was what was fun, and it's like it's the guy who did Robot and Frank did that movie, and I saw that and I was like, oh, that's a bummer, but you know, whatever. I thought Robot and Frank was a good movie, so. Anyways. So, I don't know if you guys were here last night, but my friend Alex gave me notes on my short story that I wrote. Some I think, very good notes. And if you haven't followed her yet, you should. She is very smart on all this fiction stuff. Yeah. So, but I'm pretty buoyed by it. You know, there's stuff that my number one problem is I never explain as well as I should my things, which is always like, because I'm like, yeah, surely people will get it, and then it's like people don't get it. Yeah. 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 Well, the new Avengers that I'm more familiar with was Spider-Man, Luke Cage, Daredevil, and who was just Spider-Man, Luke Cage, Daredevil, Jessica Jones, and Wolverine were the new Avengers that I was more familiar with, and I really liked that series. Brian Michael Bendis has a weird, well, the I don't know. Some of his later stuff is, but Brian Michael Bendis has kind of a lot of weird people who have opinions about him, but when he gets it right, I still think he gets it really right, and I really liked his run on New Avengers. And yes, it does read better in trades. That is correct. Reading it individual issue is a little annoying. Uh yeah. I don't mind Sam Wilson as Captain America. Um you know what it is? Yeah. I mean, I don't really mind. What do we comic readers? What do we think of Rick Reminder? I don't know. I've liked some stuff he's written, but other stuff I'm mixed on. But yeah. But the thing is, I think the people giving those opinions are two different groups of people. Yeah, I like Sam. Yeah. I like Sam Wilson. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't seen Brave New World, so I can't really comment on if the movie is good. but I'm sure that there's no weird political stuff attached to that, and people are judging it solely on the merits of being a good movie and not trying to get certain agendas through. I'm sure that's what's going on. I don't know. It is late period Marvel, so um, yeah, I think if I'm being like, I think that might play into it. I'll throw this out there. Kamala Khan. That's also the story with Kamala Khan, is that she never replaced Carol Danvers. And that's been the other successful like addition. Or like how Kate Bishop is an equally popular Hawkeye. I don't know, something. There's something to that. I okay, like, but you also I don't know. I think yeah, he's the Spider-Man of Brooklyn. But more to the point, it's like I I okay, we're getting into awkward territory where I have to that I'm trying to navigate around because we have to take into the complex history of race in genre fiction, and that is a bigger subject than I am willing to deal with at the moment. But uh, I'm willing to deal with it at the moment, and maybe not not an expert on, but I would say that um, I mean expert on I don't know I say I'm not an expert on it, I'm like I don't know I'm reasonably well informed, but it is a touchy subject with like a lot of nuance to it, and uh, I'll just give a general overthought. I think there has been a lack of uh, okay. Um, I think this is partly influenced by the kind of insular world that sci-fi and fantasy writers kind of live in, um, and the not and you know because sci-fi and fantasy writers are sort of like usually not the most most people facing people in the world, and they're kind of introverts who like to stay at home all day writing. And writing can, and to be a writer is also to be a successful writer is usually predicated on the fact that you have the money to not make money for a while, uh, which is a because of the way the country is set up, not set up, not set up deliberately, just kind of set up through neglect and deliberateness, uh, means that a certain group of people have gotten to do a lot of the writing. Um, so that I think is an influence on that, and that bleeds over into superheroes a lot because that's sort of the same people who write superhero fiction. Um, like one thing, like, do you know Sam's backstory or Falcon's backstory in the comics? How bad it is. Jaden, have you ever heard? Who's heard of this? Who's heard of this? How terrible of an idea? Oh my God, Jaden, have you never? Oh, you've never been informed of this particular fun fact? This has been recanted, by the way, but I Falcons. Let's see. It's really bad. It's really bad. Okay. There it is. Oh, and of course it's Steve Englehart. Of course it's Steve Englehart. Alex, good to see ya. This is my friend Alex. She gave me notes. Yes, let me. I'm gonna shout you out. I'm gonna give you a shout out. I'm sure. Yes, go raid your World of Warcrafts. Yeah, we're talking the complex history of the Falcon and Sam Wilson, aka the Falcon in comics, and I was gonna depress Jaden with how terrible his backstory is. But we don't have to do that. We don't have to do that. So, Alex, what class do you play? What class do you play? I don't play World of Warcraft as much as you would assume I do. Oh, Jaden, I can make you very depressed with how bad you have. You will be shocked how shockingly dumb his backstory is. Yes. You are? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, raid! Woo! Pew, pew, pew. Okay, so I'm just looking for I'm always shocked by this. Okay. So, initially, Sam is depicted as a former social worker who trains a falcon, has a trained falcon, and that's why he's called the Falcon. And pretty much throughout the 70s, that had been like his backstory. Was that he was a social worker who became a superhero. But then Steve Englehart had an idea. And Steve Englehart always has fun ideas. I believe Englehart is also the guy behind Mantis's original backstory. Okay, so they decided that instead of being like a dedicated social worker and soldier and captain's best friend, that was actually a lie by the Cosmic Cube, and the Falcon was actually a mob-connected pimp. And it was all a lie by the Cosmic Cube that he was like a cool dude. Steve Englehart! He just does things! Honestly, if he wasn't mostly retired, I probably would be. I would probably be like. He probably would really be high up on my shit list, but he would probably be high up on my shit list around like Jeff Johns, but since he was like a guy before I was actively reading comics, it's hard, but yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's. They've recanted that, by the way, but yeah, that was the plot line. Let's see. Yeah, it's. Let's see. Didn't he also do? See, he has some decent stuff, but didn't he also? I'm trying to remember which. I believe he's also the creator of Mantis, if I'm correct. There's some good stuff. Yeah. Well, Englehart has some like successes, so it's not total. He has some successes, but yeah. Mantis was originally created by Englehart, but not the good version that people like. Mantis's whole deal is also terrible, but yeah, Englehart was also the original creator of Mantis. And if you've never read Mantis's if you've never experienced Mantis in comics, very different character than Mantis in the movies. Mantis in the movies is really charming, and I like her a lot. Mantis in the comics it shows Steve's has weird things that he thinks about people. I don't know. The problem is, it's like, the thing with him is he's before my time, pretty much. And he's before my time, and that means I don't like, I think I've expressed my dislike of Geoff Johns as a character quite a bit, as a creator before. But part of the reason I'm irritated by Geoff Johns is because at the height of Geoff Johns' like acclaim, I was reading comics, and I never liked his stuff. I always thought his stuff was bad, but people kept just praising him. And so like Englehart is like a guy I don't have like that experience with. So, but honestly, like, just reading the bullshit, I believe he's also responsible for another one of the worst comics ever. I don't know if I even could talk about this one, but let me see. On here without getting in trouble. Yeah. Was this Englehart? I'm almost certain this particular story was Englehart. Jaden, we're not in the territories. You spell his name with a G. Yeah. So Johns has it's John. Oh no, it's not. It's not. Oh yeah, it's John Bear. Yeah. Okay, I don't have to talk about the other worst one. I don't have to bring that part up. Englehart, it's not on you. It's not on you. Yeah, Geoff Johns. Yeah, that's his like one. That's kind of his. No, his most successful comic is Green Lantern War. It's the Green Lantern Wars, which I remember thinking was cool when I read it, and he's kind of ridden off of that. Well, okay, Jaden, let me explain why it's getting adapted so often. Would you believe that the writer of Flashpoint was also the head of DC Film? Was also the head of DC Film and Development. I wonder why Flashpoint was getting adapted so much. Could it be that the guy who wrote the comic was in charge of DC Film, maybe, before they kicked him out and replaced him with Gunn? See, a lot of people seem to want to blame Snyder. Snyder will someday answer for his crimes, but howdy, Cypher. Good to see ya. But I blame a lot of problems. I blame all the world's problems on Geoff Johns. Good to see you, my friend. Welcome dearly. Oh, yes. No. That makes sense with what we were talking about before, but yeah. Hope everything is going fine and dandy today. I don't know why I have this accent I've adopted. I don't know I've adopted this accent, but I guess I am. We're talking comics, which we end up talking about a lot here, and uh, how the movies have improved on the characters in several ways. There's, well, you lucked into one of the best spots in town, because all the cool people hang out here. I was talking how I'm sure they haven't included a certain storyline from the Falcon, and I'm very glad they haven't. So, what are you working on? How goes the Irish werewolf? How goes the Irish werewolf business? Is my memory the last thing you're working on? Yeah. Have not read that. I was very into. I was very into Firefly at one point in my life. That was a show I very much enjoyed. Yeah. No, that's good to know. So how goes the sci-fi? How goes exploring the stars? Theoretically, we'll get to writing at some point. Fucking fantastic. Fucking great to hear that. Of course. Of course. Please do. I dare you to. I double dog dare you to. I triple. Okay. I plan to read this. The X-77 straight through the sky with death's embrace. Nine painted across the fuselage, like the unauthorized graffiti it was. But it was more than a simple boost. It was a challenge to an unwitting prophecy hanging over a world always in a state of conflict, far beyond its terrestrial origin. Oh my goodness, Cypher, that is fucking awesome. That fucking rules, man. I love that. Great start. Very powerful action. I won't talk about this, but I was editing a friend's thing, and like the note I gave them was like this opening is really it isn't punchy enough. It needs to be more punchy, and that is punchy. That is punchy. Not anybody you know. This is just a real life friend I have, and I was looking at their thing. They're not on Twitch, and that's not like a denial that they are on Twitch. Yeah. See, I have a screenwriting background too, so you know, people oftentimes, yeah. People, I more than one note has clocked that I seem to have a screenwriting background, which is funny because I'm like, really? Tell me the solution, Jaden. Hopefully, I can help unwind it a little bit. Although I'm no professional in anything, including living life. Yeah, yeah. I mean that's always good. You always got to start off dimly lit. Oh, it can work, I guess. It's sort of generic, but I don't know. Sometimes it's sort of generic. in was it is I don't yeah, yeah. Generic and overused. Yeah. I mean sometimes it's like, can't not every single scene needs to be uh an original like beautifully built metaphor. Sometimes it's just like you gotta get through it because that's not the important start. But also it's like, yeah, dimly lit is kind of boring of a term. Um it's what's like dark. Yeah, yeah. Are we checking my project just to see if I use it? I don't think I do. No, I don't. Yeah. Hey man, Jaden. If all goes to plan, right? You're gonna end up you're gonna be writing for like Marvel or DC, right? Like if that all goes to plan. Yeah. Yes. But that if it all goes to plan, right, Jaden? Well, get used to it now. I would say, Jaden, steal. Like, look through the public domain superhero list, see what they have available, and get used to writing other people's characters. See if you can pull that off. Yeah, yeah. The trick, though, Cipher, is to steal so much and so broadly that it turns into original again. But I think it's good practice. I think it's good practice for you, Jaden. Yeah. I was just talking to somebody recently about something that thing that bugs me. Oh yeah, I had a teacher. One of his big pet bugbears was he shrugged his shoulders, or when anybody ever said shrug their shoulders, was their big bugbear, and and the reason he always hated that was because it's like what else can you shrug? The only thing you shrug is your shoulders. You can't shrug anything else, you know? Yeah, yeah, exactly. So I've, so, hey, so did a lot of, other people. And I feel like, that's always something, so that's always a note I give to people is like, don't say shrugged your shoulders, just say shrugged. Or, one thing that I've recently gotten kind of annoyed by, and there's no way I'm guilty of it too, is people over describe the face. Like the face made an angry motion, or the got angry, or the face frowned, or the face turned into a wicked smile, or something like that. And I'm surely, it feels so weird because I always just picture it like, like people make these really exaggerated facial features. Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to think of other ones. Vaguely is something I hate. I hate when people say he was vaguely this, he was vaguely that. I always say, just say it. I make people take it when people let me edit their screenplays. I make them take it out of their screenplays if I see vaguely, because it's like just say he did it. Why is it always it was vaguely bad? It's just like just say he did it. It's yeah. Suddenly, suddenly is another great one to cut out. This friend I'm editing, I won't say their name. This friend I'm editing, I was helping edit their thing Fucking loves adverb cipher. Loves them. Yeah, you need to start putting in periods, Jade. Loves adverbs. There's, they'll put in like musty and citrusy. It's just like, it'll be like 5 or 6 adverbs in the sentence, and I'm like, ugh, I just want to cut it out. And they get so hurt when if you suggest that, I'm just like, I want to cut them out. I want to cut them out so badly. It's not that adverbs can't be useful, but it's like, I think the thing is, people tend to put them in for like more poetry, but the poetry should come from the thing itself, not just you saying it's poetic, if that makes sense. Yeah. I mean, Cormac McCarthy doesn't put in quotation marks. It is a very surreal thing to read, but he does not like quotation. In fact, he has a tendency to cut down on punctuation quite a lot. It's well, he formats it like dialogue, but he doesn't put quotation around it. It's a very weird thing. Do I have something from him around here? I know I do. I don't know where it is, but it's a very. Welcome to Cormac McCarthy, Decipher. It's not the only off-putting thing. He is very willing. He's very willing to make you feel bad about the world. This is this is a minute. He wrote No Country for Old Men, the book. And Blood Meridian, that's what I was trying to remember. Really? We should do a sprint at some point. I'm very intent on getting some serious writing done tonight. But, we can sit back and relax for a minute. Yeah. I mean, you know what plot point I'm sick of now? Is DC likes this plot point, and I'm sick of it. I don't want to read. I don't want to read it anymore. But the plot point of alternative universe has an evil version of the character. Ashes! Bark, 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 bark. I do wonder how, like, didn't they just say they have like a club or something that they go to? How goes it, my friend? How goes the night of fine competition in the gentleman's sport of the Rocketing League? I hope you're managing to beat back those dastardly other guys. I have not seen this. Ooh, that looks fun. This looks fun, actually. Ooh. Yes. You know, yeah, no, actually, that looks kind of cool. I might give it a look. In the mood for some stylish stuff. You know, there's debate about who the first true superhero is. And, you know, there's some really pedant people who will argue that, like, well, mythology. No, it's not Superman. Well, okay, so it's like, the thing about it is, it's like, it's what do you count, Jaden? It's what do you count? What do you count as a superhero? Because there was like costume adventurers before Superman. Like there was, I'm trying to think. There was the Phantom. There was the Phantom. Was before Superman, but he doesn't really have any powers. He's like a Batman-esque adventurer. There is. Okay. Well, we can make jokes or we can talk about what the actual thing. There's Hugo Hercules, who was a early 1900s comic, the comic strip in the Hearst papers that had like superpowers, and would go around solving crimes. But that wasn't really like a superhero thing because it was more of a like. It was more like comedically. He was kind of a simpleton, not a simpleton, but he was like just a good natured guy, and he would just kind of accidentally fix crimes. Um, but a character that predates all of them is well, okay, because this is always hard because it's like okay, one of the earliest examples of seemingly a guy who might be considered the earliest superhero is a character called the Golden Bat out of Japan. I don't know if you've seen this character, the Golden Bat. Let's see. Testing. Hello, hello. Welcome back. We're talking about early superheroes. So one of the earliest is this character right here, the Golden Bat. Who comes out of Japan. Now, the Golden Bat... No, because Golden Bat premieres 3 years before Superman. Welcome back, Alex! How was the raid? Yes! Okay, well, no, that's what I was trying. Okay, that's you guys. You guys gotta listen to me. You guys gotta listen to me because I was explaining where this genre comes from. Okay. No, an earlier version of it was a character called the Phantom. And you've seen this character. He wears purple. So Alex? How's it going? How's it going? How goes the writing? How goes the rating? Of course, you have been enchanted by my great short story that I showed you. Um, the Phantom. Well, because you guys gotta listen to me because I was gonna make an argument that superhero genre might go back to the 1700s, but okay. This is the Phantom. This is the Phantom. And the Phantom premiered earlier. Did he? Let's see. When did Superman premiere? How dare you, Jaden? How dare you? Premiere. (1938) and the Phantom 1936. Yeah. Yes, there is. Yes, there is there was a film in the '90s. There was a film in the '90s called about adaptation of the Phantom. It was essentially a what is it? Indiana Jones ripoff. Why must you guys constantly use censored words? Oh, underwear. Okay, so sorry, I'm in sort of lecture mode here, but okay. The underwear has an explanation. Let me show you what it is. Because there's a reason why they wear underwear. It's just okay. It's let me see if I can find an example. Strong. Let's see if I can find an example of why they do that. Because yeah, okay, yeah, here it is. Here it is. Is there a good example? So, oh yeah. Here's a guy. Here's a guy wearing the traditional. Here's the guy. Here's the guy. So, a lot of like superhero costuming comes from strongmen costuming of like the early very early 1800s, and like here is a good example. Here's a good example. So like. So when they were designing strongmen, they were strong women. They were strong women. They would use no, I'm trying to find because they're like it's something like this. This is how they would design. This is where it comes from. So Alex, how's your writing going? Yeah. Yeah. John L. Sullivan. Ooh. Yeah, but like, so you have to remember the Boston Strong Boy. Both cool, and you have to remember what who was making these stories back in the day. So like Joel Shuster, yeah, the creators of Superman, Joel Shuster and Jerry Siegel, would have been like in their 20s in the 30s. So when they were kids, you had like very early 1900s, and you had like these sorts of guys, and you had these sorts of guys come around, like these sorts of guys dressed like this come around and do come around and do like strongman feats. So when they're in their head, yeah. See, here's an example. But in their head, they're like, okay, how do we convey that this character is strong? Oh, we'll dress them like old. Here's like an example. We'll dress them like old timey strongmen, and that's kind of where the underwear comes from. I'm seeing mostly guys in panties, but yeah ha. There we go, stuff like that. But so that's kind of like that would have been their cultural reference. So that's why they did that. And then that becomes the established look of like superheroes, and thus we get superheroes. Yeah. We get superheroes with underwear. It's also sort of a design thing, just a little bit, because they've tried Superman without that, and it just looks too blue. But that's kind of where they get from. So because we were talking about like outside influences, and this would have been an outside influence, and Stan Lee and Jack Kirby would have also known that. That would have been like their like youth and experience that. So that's kind of where that comes from. Now that is super old timey, and it looks weird, but you have to remember how old these characters are. We are coming up on nearly 100 years for both of them. Okay, I'll throw this out there. Yeah, it looks goofy. I'll throw this out there. Darwyn Cooke, as we must always appreciate Darwyn Cooke for the genius that he is, figured out a way to make it look good in the modern day, and I'm surprised nobody's ever done his version. Let's see. Let me see if I can find it. Superman, Darwyn Cooke. Let's see if we can find it. I love Darwyn Cooke, by the way. He's one of my favorites. Yeah, there we go. He just made them shorts. That was his big innovation, but I always think that looks really good. He just made them shorts. I love Darwyn Cooke. Darwyn Cooke is one of my all-time favorites. So, but yeah, that was his big innovation. I'm like, oh no, that works. That it doesn't look as ridiculous now to the modern day. Yeah, he just makes some shorts. Yeah. Yeah. If we want maybe a little bit more of a modern day version of Superman on how they might design it, let's see. Let me find him. As I always do, I refer back to one of my favorite comic book series, Astro City. Astro City Sentinel. Let's see if we can find some good Astro City Sentinel. A good Alex Ross cover. Because Alex Ross does all the covers for. So, why must you do this? Oh, there it is. That's what I want. Aha. So, something like this. This is Astro City is kind of a redux of various different superheroes. Yeah. Astro City is kind of a redux of various different superheroes, and this was Alex Ross's approach to the Superman-like character, Sentinel. And I think, honestly, this looks pretty good. Yeah, Cyborg Superman. Yeah. I think it looks pretty good. I like the cape a lot. There's also, let's see, Supreme, Alex Ross. No, I haven't. There's also Supreme. There's also Supreme if you've... that's a version that they did. I really like Supreme. Supreme is my favorite. Is a favorite comic of mine. I don't think... Why would they do that? But... it is, I think, an incredibly underrated Alan. Okay, this doesn't look good, but yeah, whatever. I think it's an oh yeah, that's more what I wanted. I think it's incredibly underrated. Okay. We could talk about fun stuff. We don't have to talk about... I think like Supreme is an incredibly underrated comic. Basically, basically I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen. I think the public's fascination with them. You know. Here's the thing, Ashes, Jaden, Cypher. You have to understand about superheroes. The public falls in and out of love with them over the years. Oh my god, I don't want to talk about fucking AI. Oh my god, I don't want to talk about fucking AI. I'm so tired of talking about AI. I've had so many conversations about AI. And we're just... I think we're in a... we're in a moment right now where they're out of fascination with them, and we're in a moment right now we're out of fascination with them, and at some point we'll get back to being interested in them. You know, it happens. You know, people get interested and then they don't get interested. People get interested, and usually what happens is there's been a good decade of like really good stories that have been written. And I would argue we're not exactly in the greatest period right now in the comics. Oh my god, the comics bad right now. There's still some good stuff. There's always good stuff being produced, but there is a lot of bad being produced right now. So it's, you know, we'll get there. Like, I think he did, if I'm not mistaken. Martin has a superhero universe. George R.R. Martin has a superhero universe that he does. Do I have a book of it somewhere. I don't know where. I don't know where I have it, but yeah. That is a good question, Cypher. Well, that's what I was kind of getting into. That's what I was kind of getting into as an idea. Is like, when did superheroes start? Yeah. Yeah, and I know Mark Waid has been writing some good Batman and Superman stuff, so I should probably read that because I really like Mark Waid as a writer. Yeah. But that's the thing. People fall in and out of love with them, and I think we're in a cooling off period. Somewhere, at some point down the line, people are going to get very fascinated by them again. What am I saying? Let's see. So, that is an interesting question, Cypher. What does count as a superhero? What does count as a superhero? Because, yeah. Yeah. Because there's a question, because it's like, if you can really look through it, like, where do superheroes begin? You know, there's nobody ever invents a genre. The answer is always that they codified a genre. So, like, Superman in many ways codified a genre, but there were
there were costumed adventurers before Superman, and there were costumed adventurers with powers before Superman. But all these like differing like figures kind of ideas came together. So, okay, so there's a few potential origins for superheroes. There's a few potential origins for superheroes. There is when did this? Yeah. When did this start? Because okay, there is this book right here. There is this book right here, The Scarlet Pimpernel. Now, The Scarlet Pimpernel, besides, I have such a history with this book. Because one summer I went to stay with my family in Canada, and my cousin for some reason just got so obsessed with The Scarlet Pimpernel that we had to watch a very boring movie that they made of it in the 60s over and over again, and I grew to hate this character because of that. But the Scarlet Pimpernel is a masked hero. Is a intare. Yeah, so nice, so clean, so comfortable. Ooh. Lovely, thank you so much. Okay. That was my mom. She brought me some food. So the Scarlet Pimpernel. Yeah. Yes. Oh, Alex, you're still here. Sorry. Okay. So the Scarlet Pimpernel is a masked hero who smuggles aristocrats out of French. Out of post-revolutionary France from being executed, and he wears like a mask and his hero. But that's probably not the origin. So if I could, for a very brief second, present to you the probable origin of superheroes. Bum bum bum. Let me present to you the character of Spring-Heeled Jack. The first true superhero. Okay. There it is. From 1837. Now, there's probably earlier examples, but I'm going to go with Spring-Heeled Jack as the true origin. Spring-Heeled... Okay, so... Yes. Spring-Heeled Jack is an urban myth that started popping up in England in the early 1800s. And the story goes that he was a mysterious fire-breathing person who could jump tall buildings because of springs in his heel. And now Jack is not a name. It's Spring-Heeled Jack in England kind of means guy. At this time in England, kind of meant the same as like guy. It just meant like a spring-heeled man. And he would create general mischief, then disappear from his amazing jumping ability. And this was like a big controversy. Yes, this was a big controversy in England. Now, for a while, this character is presented as essentially as a villain, as like a scary villain that is like harassing and abducting people. But then there is a kind of a weird shift, and what happens is. this kind of shows you. This kind of shows you, and what seems to be the real case is the real case, from my best understanding, is that it was a drunk who was like who was essentially just following women home and screaming at them, and possibly. And then there was a few what they kind of do with these sort of things is they would take unsolved murders and assaults and just blame them on a mysterious mythological figure. Yeah. But this version right here, this dramatic villain version who has like strange powers and can breathe fire, this version starts gaining popularity. This version starts getting popularity as sort of like in pulpback fiction. And slowly but surely, he kind of shifts from being an out-and-out villain to an anti-hero. And part of what happens is there is an assumption. Okay, so there is a belief that he is secretly a. Okay, one second. There is a belief that he is secretly some member of the aristocracy. There's a specific person they think he is. I'm 20. Oh, one second. Let me find. I just trash. Delete. Okay, so specifically, they think there's a specific lord they think he is, and the story develops. Now, follow me on this. Follow me on this. The story develops that he's actually a crime fighter. And his secret daily identity is of a rich, foppish English lord who doesn't do anything. Does that sound familiar? Yes, you should. Does that sound like a familiar character, maybe? A secret crime-fighting aristocrat? Yeah, Lord, yeah, there it is. Lord, I think, was it Lord? Who was it? It's a specific guy that they think it is, but they kind of thought it was, but I forget his name. Oh, this guy. They think it possibly was this guy. And this guy is a bad dude. Bad dude. Very bad dude, but did a lot of bad things to people. But this is the one they kind of thought it might have been. Well, that's where the rumor mill comes. So that is the history. That is at least the very brief history of superheroes in the origin of possible superheroes. As far back as I traced it. Oh, you would think that would be a cool idea for a character. Yeah. How dare you, Alex? How dare you make me watch that movie again? I have to watch that movie. I had to watch that movie like 20 times. How dare you? My cousin, for some reason, grew obsessed with this boring movie. Boring. It wasn't even that. I think it was an earlier one. Oh my god, it was so boring. There's I was begging them, can we please not watch this stupid movie again? Can we watch something better? A cruel, cruel girl, my cousin. Yeah. Well, nerd and geek are similar but related. Related concepts. Yeah. Does it have Richard E. Grant? I do like Richard E. Grant. as a guy. So yeah, that's Sean Arnold's very brief history on the pop culture of superhero characters. Yeah. Geek tends to refer to obsessive people who are obsessed with obscure factoids. But yeah. So Alex, what have you been? Any movies you've seen lately? I watched a new movie last night. Well, part of a movie. I'm going to finish it tonight. Starring Mr. Mad. It's a person we're all mad about. Mr. Hannibal himself. Mr. Hannibal himself. Mad Miskin. Oh my God. Do I not know how to say his last name? From the TV show, where he plays a Viking warrior. I need to see Sinners. I'm so bad about watching. I'm starting to watch more movies as of late. What's the last movie you saw? But yeah. Robin! Don't you love that Ryan Coogler apparently... Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you, Jaden. The Batman Who Laughs was a cool character for a while. We're going to talk about Conclave so much, Alex, because I want to talk about that. We're going to talk cool for a while, and then he just kept showing up, and it's like, oh my God, I want to die. I loved Conclave. Nobody I know who has seen that movie, and I thought that movie was so good. That was probably my favorite movie last year, was Conclave. How is it? Right? Yeah. My advice, Cypher, if you want to read comics, is just read the good stuff. There's a lot of really good comics that exist out there. Just read that. Don't, like, get into the weeds and read, like, the mediocre to bad stuff that exists. Yeah. Oh, man, Ralph Fiennes... You know, I was thinking about this recently with Ralph Fiennes, man. How good of an actor is he? Like, everything I've seen in him, he's great. Cypher, that was such a good movie. I love that movie so much. Yeah. I love Toon Saloon movies, just in general. I think they're so, like, beautiful, Toon Saloon. Yeah, oh my God, I rewatched it just recently. That was such a beautiful little movie. Oh, that's good. That's good. I'm hearing good things about it. The twist was spoiled to me, but I'm relieved actually because I love the original Thunderbolts comics, and I was like, oh man, I'm disappointed. This doesn't seem to be the actual adaptation of Thunderbolts, and then it's like, oh, they're actually not doing it. Yeah, yeah. I love that movie. Alex, have you ever seen Wolfwalkers? That is such a. I mean, really, any Toon Saloon movie is great. It's kind of you know. Oh my God! I'm going to play the trailer because I think it's a beautiful movie, and people should watch it. It's on Apple. We're gonna play it because I want people to see it because it's a good movie nobody talks about. Boop.
Wolf, wolf, hunt the far and yonder.
The forest is brimming with wolves. It's my job to hunt them down, not yours.
We can hunt them together. Wolves, bears,
We're just gonna watch it. I just want to watch it.
Flippin' great. You're a wolf now. Be a wolf. The pussy getting smaller every day.
These wolves, they're just beasts. Tonight we put an end to this. I promise you will keep you safe.
I have to help her. You have to leave. No way. I scared him off.
Have you seen their earlier films? The Book of Kells is a favorite of mine. It is. It's hand animated and stuff. Yeah. Yes. Probably shouldn't play every single trailer, but yeah. Let's see. But I'll just play you a scene from it because I want to show. I want to show. I like this scene. I like the scene. This is it. Isn't that such a good? Oh, no. I just want to show that little thing. I love that detail so much. That this little detail right here. I love that detail so much. So if you're curious, she's not a fae. She's a type of goddess, like an old Irish goddess. It's complicated because well, Irish mythology is both well documented and not well documented because all the records we have from them are like Christianized records, so we're never totally sure what is and isn't. But in the stories, in the mythology, the Fae cannot touch iron, so that's why she uses a cat. I forget what the actual name of it is. It's like
Yeah, that's the unfortunate. We're very lucky with both Greek and Norse mythology that we have decent records. Like Greek mythology, part of the reason we can talk about it so openly is that the Greeks were we have a lot of records from it. And Norse mythology would have been lost truly if we didn't have like three books that survived it and documented a lot of stuff. And basically, one of them, part of the reason we have it is that essentially the former prime minister of Iceland just decided to dedicate his retirement to writing up mythology. So we had a guy with that kind of level of power who just decided, I'm just going to write a book documenting the mythology. Yeah. Yeah, that is the upside, because it's like, well, it's so contradictory. Yeah. Did I pressure you into seeing it, Alex? Wolfwalkers? I feel like I may have. I don't know. I when it came out, I was like trying to get everybody I knew to see it. Just in the same way. Yeah, no, I saw that you said you saw it. Yeah, but Cartoon Saloon really, really is just this. Anyways, I keep like saying I want to write, but then you guys keep distracting me. But who cares? I'm cool with just chatting. We've got the whole night. I have plenty of energy, so I'm willing to just do whatever. Oh, I wrote earlier. A part of it is I wrote earlier today, so. Alex, I'll have you know that I immediately started working on your notes. So, it's like. Jaden, you have a scene in your head, right? I always feel like my decision comes down to like just a scene in my head. You have a scene in your head that you're working on, and it's like, okay, I'll just do that. What are the two ideas you really want to work on, Jaden? So Alexander, how is your Fae book going? Your book about. Okay. Let's. Okay. Let's flip a coin. Let's say heads, you work on the Power Rangers. Let's say heads, you work on Power Rangers, okay? Flip a coin. Tails, Thunderbolt. You're working on Power Rangers. Vacation. That's exciting. Where are you going? I mean, I know you're taking a trip, but. Oh! You're gonna have a Zazarak. It is pretty awesome. I have too been there before. I should go again. New Orleans really is such a cool. It's kind of amazing that a city like that exists, really. Yeah. Well, it's French. It is not French, but it's one of those like interesting little places in the world. we got it's on the Napoleonic. No, I can do it. What we got here is we got a Napoleonic code. Yeah, we got a Napoleonic code here, and it's great. It's probably one of America's great food cities. Sounds delicious. I don't know if I ever had one. The alligator po' boy. I should. Damn it! Now you make me want to go there. I have been thinking about maybe taking a trip down there at some point. Tasty. Have you guys? Okay. I'm gonna play one more clip, and then let's do some work. Have you seen this clip? Have you seen this clip before? Yeah. And that guy next to you sounds like a bastard. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? And those are all real restaurants, by the way. For some reason, that's a real food tour of the city you can go on. Is all those are real deal actual restaurants that exist in New Orleans. So partly why I think of it's because I like that clip so much, and I want to try all those places. Right? Doesn't that look good? Okay, Alex, good to see you. I'm gonna shout you out because yes, go to sleep. But I'm gonna shout you out because it's if you guys aren't following Alex, you should. She's a very good writer, and she also does. She's also one of the best note givers and beta readers you can have on the site. So oh, nice! You're up to 100. You're up to 100. Okay, but who else is here? Oh, hey, Terrible. Good to see you. Robin, Terrible, Jaden. I didn't know you were still here. Probably just left me on. But I know you're here, Jaden. You're always here. But okay, how about we actually do what the name of this stream is? Scary. I know. I'm terrified. We're entering a new unshakable world of writing. How about we get some writing done? Unless everybody here is tired and just wants to hang out more, I can do that. I've been watching Cyber. I suspect we have similar references, but have you ever seen Mystery Science Theater 3000? Yeah, I wrote earlier today, so I write a lot, Jaden. I write a lot, so I just finished a short story yesterday. Of course you have. Good. I had a suspicion that you might. I've been. If you don't know, their YouTube channel has uploaded most of their episodes officially for free, so I've been rewatching a lot of it. Haven't seen some of those episodes. I thought I had seen a good deal of the episodes, but I have not seen a lot of them apparently. But it's been very fun. I've been considering maybe we could do like a riff day or something where we take an old movie and like riff on it, like an old, specifically. Well, Jaden, I'll have you know, Mystery Science Theater 3000 is for free on YouTube. Is free on YouTube right now, and you could just watch it. But I was thinking there's a few. I was thinking, oh yes. Yeah. Every generation thinks their generation sucks. Some people in your generation do suck. Some people don't suck. Jaden, welcome to life. YouTube has here's an upload of somebody very kindly has uploaded the full Roger Corman Fantastic Four movie. You know, the Fantastic Four movie that was so good they didn't release it. Here it is in its full beauty.
Come on.
There's also Spider-Man live action series. This is what I've been wanting to tackle for a while. I've been wanting to look at for a while. No, they don't. Well, Jaden, this is what I've been wanting to tackle for a while, and it's like, I don't know, man. Part of the problem is every episode is an hour long. It's a series of TV movies. But let me see if I can find. There it is. No. Cypher, you're not. That's not the one we're talking about. See, in the 80s, they made a. In the 80s, they made a Fantastic Four movie that they never released, and the point was never to release it. They just wanted to keep the characters under contract, but they needed to release a movie, so they put together a quick cheap movie and just never released it. And so it's been kind of a secret for years, and now it's leaked out. Oh, believe me, I know so many, like, this isn't even the wildest thing that has a Marvel hero attached to its name. Turkish Captain America. Dun dun dun. Have you ever heard of Turkish Captain America? Where Captain America and the wrestler El Santo fight against an evil Spider-Man? Not the actual El Santo. For a Turkish movie at the time, this big giant fight scene in the middle of a house is like, you know, the end of Endgame. Like, this is expensive. Let's see. Honestly, punches look more real than at least we're seeing punches. That always bugs me in modern action movies that they cut on the punch. Yeah, so if you don't know, Turkey, not now, but Turkey's film industry is much more along these days, but Turkey used to have a fairly famous rip-off culture, and they would just rip off like movies wholesale. Like copyright didn't matter in Turkey in like the 70s and 60s, 70s, and 80s, and early 90s. So Turkey always has like has all these like rip-offs, and if I could show you the real great one, which is Turkish Star Wars, which blatantly stole footage. Oh, okay, Cypher. It was good talking to you. Which not only blatantly stole footage from Star Wars, but has scenes like this. Okay, we'll look it up. I want to show this scene where they steal footage from Star Wars, but I love this training sequence so much. This is Turkish Star Wars. This guy was the biggest star in Turkey for a long time. What's funny is he's actually in like good movies, but he was also in a lot of these like terrible ripoffs. Okay, let me see. Let's see. Turkish Star Wars. I just want to find where they actually do the rip-off parts because somebody blessedly uploaded it in full. Okay, let me see if I can find it because I just want to show because it's right at the I see it. It's right at the beginning where they do this.
Eğer bir insan beni ele geçirirsen dünyayı elde edebilirim. Dünyaya hüküm etme zamanı geldi. Savaş gemileri saldırı emrimi bekleyin.
You see that? Yeah. Look, watch behind him. This is funny.
Merkeze duyuru yükseliyorum.
Yeah. So they actually do So what they did.
Ben de yükseliyorum Murat.
What the director did is he just stole footage from Star Wars and recut his own movie.
Dikkatli ol, yaklaşıyorlar.
Well, Harry Potter follows the hero's journey like Star Wars does, so they feel like rip-offs. But anyways, okay. I have heard of Hardware Wars before, but yes, let's look it up. We won't play it in full, but.
Wait a minute, where are you going? They're heading in this direction. What are we going to do? Where to?
That's one.
The Wookiee.
That's one of my favorites.
I'm proud to be Obi-Wan Kenobi. There's my man. Fly along with Ham Salad and Chewchilla, the Wookiee monster, as they make their daring getaway.
Bring your seat back to a complete upright position. Please extinguish your cigarettes and refrain from smoking.
See, he's literally a Wookiee mon. He's a puppet.
Thank you.
Oh, the full thing is free. That's awesome. But yeah, I believe, wasn't this like a parody that came out almost immediately after the original movie? If I remember correctly. Yeah. Released 18 months after. So it was like one of the first real like Star Wars parodies. It was one of the first real Star Wars parody. If you don't count the holiday special. That's awesome. we should do more. There should be more DIY things like that. But yeah. Yeah, so there was okay, one more thing. You might have heard of this, but let's because this is another one of my favorite things. Spider-Man. Did you know that there was a Japanese Spider-Man show? Okay.
Spider-Man.
I'll give you a shout out too, Cypher. I think it's been enough since shout out. Okay, now that we've successfully scared everybody away. Now that we've successfully scared away all the adults with jobs, maybe we should get some actual writing done. It's only been 2 hours. It's only been about 2 hours since I started this. What if we did real writing? Screw it. Let's go to 2 hours. Let's go to 2 hours, and then we'll get some writing, and then we'll maybe do a sprint. Does that sound good? I think that sounds gosh darn fantastic. Yes, Robin, I shall hydrate. Man, I'm 3 followers away from 1,000. Ugh, so close. Jaden, you're the greatest because you're here. And you are authentic with your love of all things superhero. And you're a very nice person. And despite life beating you down, Jaden, you get back up immediately. And I respect that. Boop. Yeah. So what was I saying? Oh, right. Yeah, so there's this, I don't know. There's the Spider-Man TV show from the yes, of course. There's the Spider-Man TV show from the 70s that I've been tempted to watch, but it's like, oh my god. It's like, every episode, it's 12 episodes, but almost half of them are like an hour and a half long. And I'm like, I don't want to watch an hour and a half long Spider-Man show from the 70s. I don't want to watch that. That sounds so boring. Ugh. There's a lot of good things about the 70s and filmmaking, but the TV shows could be quite tedious to sit through. It is funny. You can tell, like, you can tell that the commenters on this video are pretty boomery. Because look,
I know it's hard for kids today to understand in our age of CGI and $200 million budgets, but if you were in the 70s and if you were a kid like me, this was the shit. I mean the good shit. This is the great show for the 70s.
hey, welcome, welcome, welcome. Hey, Lauren Z. DeBus, how's it going? How's it going? Hope things are going well. Hope the world is treating you nicely. Welcome to my life, Jaden. That's pretty much been me for the last few years. Man, especially, you know, when I was in school, that was like me the entirety of high school. I was just tired every day, but like nobody gave a shit, and that always bummed me out. Because I was just like, and when I tried to express that to people, like a teacher said to me, it's like, well, I have a kid, so you know, you can't be tired. I'm like, okay, I guess my feelings don't matter. Because somebody else is tired, that means I'm not allowed to be tired. Yeah. But yeah, I always find these things funny because it's like, it's these kind of hyper defensive people. It's like, it's very hyper, I don't know. Really, how was that? Was it radical? Was it righteous? Was it tubular? That's a word that didn't really survive the 80s, tubular. It's tubular, dude. It's tubular, dude. It's radical. It's tubular. Probably should. Yeah. The sound, I have opinions about. And it ended terribly. The Spider-Man show in the 90s ended terribly. I think we can all agree on that, right? Like, that was a terrible ending to that Spider-Man show. It's funny how, like, oh, that is very fun. Well, she still is an owner. She's an owner of that diner. That's very cool. We should all buy a diner. Robin, do you want to buy a diner? Yeah. Spectacular Spider-Man is great. That is Greg Weisman, I believe, right? Greg Weisman is the one who, that's the Spectacular Spider-Man. I believe he created, the creator of Gargoyles. The Spectacular Spider-Man. Yes, I believe that is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is Greg Weisman. Black Cat was a fun character. Yeah. I mean, I like Black Cat in general as a character, but yeah, yes, it was. Have you ever seen Jaden? I feel like Jaden Gargoyles would be a show up your alley if you could find it. It used to be. It used to be every episode used to be up on YouTube for free. Oh, there's at least one, and now it's not there anymore, and I anger at that. This is quickly turning into, hey, remember that? I thought that show was, I thought that show was very, very cool when I was younger, and I watched it recently, and I was correct, it was very cool. That was created by Greg Weisman, who then went on to showrun The Spectacular Spider-Man. Yes, it was. That went on to run. He went on to run The Spectacular Spider-Man and Young Justice, were the next two shows he ran. So, obviously is doing the Lord's work there. I always wish Gargoyles developed a bigger fan base, but what can you do? It was a dark fantasy superhero. It was a dark fantasy superhero show that loved referencing Shakespeare. I don't know, man. That's like all my favorite things in one. Yeah, well, this was Disney. You got to remember at the time Batman the Animated Series was on, and that's what Disney wanted to compete with. They were, before... A thing you have to remember about Disney is before they acquired Marvel and Star Wars, the thing that they always had... Tato! Good to see you, Tato. Okay. You always have a... How is it going? Oh, Tato. Guess what show I finished watching? I finished Severance. I finished season 2 of Severance. Yeah. Come on. No. Get it right. Aha. Yes. Yeah. Well, that's why it's a tragedy, Jaden. That's why it's a tragedy. Of course I did. It was amazing. That scene at the end where they're running down the hallway. The red? Yeah, well... So, the thing I was saying is Disney used to have this constant thing about they needed the boy franchise. They needed the franchise for the boys. Okay. Tell me, what is this? First of all, congratulations. Yeah. Yeah. What is this? Yeah. I don't know. It's just that is such. I love that show so much. I always feel so cool about that show because I got into it. I think before anybody else did. Nobody was talking about that show for a while, and I was like, no, you guys got to watch this. This is the show. This is the show everybody's going to get obsessed with. And I was like, a couple of months later. Well, yeah. I mean, part of the problem is that he keeps doing bad things to other people, Jaden, to try and save his wife. And it's as sympathetic as it is, it's I mean, okay, so, okay, here's a moral question, Jaden. Is it morally
is it morally justified to kill a man so that 5 other people can get his organs and live? Like, is that justifiable? Yeah. Yeah, well, that's kind of the deal with Mr. Freeze, is he keeps doing stuff like that where he keeps essentially trying to kill people, but he's trying to save his wife. Is it like justifiable to kill somebody to save somebody else? And it's like, and this is more a quandary, but I think like because there's a similar problem. Okay. And you're doing Severance. Very cool. Very cool. So, we've all heard the trolley problem before, right? Where it's like, maybe you haven't. I don't know. There's some young people here. But have you all heard the trolley problem before? Okay. So you're on a trolley, you're on a train that's going too fast, and it has lost control. Like the brakes are broken and you can't control it. And but you can switch tracks. On one track, there's 4 people. On the other, there's 1 person. Which track do you pick? Do you kill the 4 or do you kill the 1? That's very cool. Very cool. So, Tato, who would you say your favorite character is? And, yes, kill all 5 of them. But so that's kind of like the morality. That's kind of like, so that's like a utilitarian philosophy sort of thing. Because it's like what most people would pick the 1. Most people would pick you kill the 1 person to save the 4. But the question is then, change the subject just a little bit, and if you could kill 1 person, and by killing that 1 person, their organs would go and save 5 other people, would you do it? And it's like, why not? Why wouldn't you do it? It's the same action, but it isn't the same action. And the thing about it is that Mr. Freeze does stuff, is essentially doing that. He's trying to. I do love Millicek. Hellier. Yeah, they're all great. Helly is such a fun character. I like the fact that the implication is that Helena's father likes Helly better than Helly. I think that's really funny. That she's being considered the true heir of Kier. Seth just has a great arc this season. He has a great arc, and Cobble is always like so weird and cool. And the fact that it turns out she's the inventor of Severance is such a twist. I can say all this stuff because I know nobody here has seen the show, so I can just say it and get away with that. Yeah. So it's like, the thing is, you can have like sympathetic, like, most like a lot of bad people have somewhat sympathetic reasons for why they're doing it, but it still isn't, like, you're still doing bad things, it doesn't fix it. So, Tato, what has been life like for you at this? What have you been up to these days, Tato?
Very nice. Yes, I guess it's never too early for a person to learn Monty Python. What have you watched so far? The Dead Parrot sketch, The Ministry of Silly Walks, The Funniest Joke in the World. Oh, how many can I name? Which ones? Which ones? The rat one, the I'm a lumberjack, and that's so. I'm doing a bit. It's for an old. It's You guys know what Monty Python is. You know, at times these streams just turn into. Ever heard of it? Ever heard of it? Ever heard of it? Ever heard of this thing? Yes. Good, good, Tato, good. Have you seen the Holy Grail? What have you seen? Have you seen Monty Python and the Holy Grail? Yeah. Yeah, after a certain point, Yes. That's a good example. Well, because, like, I mean, it's a cliche, but a lot of people who do bad things don't think of themselves as, like, the bad guy. You know? Like, they don't realize that they're doing bad things. They just... Yeah. Oh! Oh, I am heartbroken. Oh, I am heartbroken. Your brother is stupid. Your brother is stupid, and he should be justifiably shamed for that opinion. Oh. Have you ever seen the show? Okay, so I'm gonna make you guys watch an old British show for a second. Lauren, there are young people here. Yeah. Garth Ennis. Yeah. I'm gonna make you guys watch an old British comedy show for a second because I like it and I want you guys to watch. And you guys should have an experience. Anyways, that is a very classic. That is a very classic English sketch. That is the Dead Parrot sketch. Very influential in comedy. A lot of modern day comedy stems from people being very big nerds about that show. And then they went on to make Monty Python and the Holy Grail. A great movie that I'm mad at your brother for making you stop watching. And night, Jaden. What to do? It is one tired parrot. Man. It's good seeing you, Tato. You watching any? You watching any new shows? I wrote a short story. Is that the post-apocalyptic thing about the actors? I've been meaning to see that. No, wait, what is that? No, wait, that's the troop. Oh, it's a different... No, it isn't. Which one is this? Yes, it is. It is. That is the one I was thinking of. That isn't the one I was thinking about. I have been meaning to watch that. I mean, I've been meaning to watch that, and also I've been angry at that show because I had a similar idea, and then I heard about it, and then I'm like, oh, can't do that idea. Yeah, I wrote a short. It has been receiving some acclaim. Needs some rewrites, but it's been received. I'm reasonably proud of it. My book is coming along. I did some good writing in that yesterday. Oh, no. I mean, do you want to read it? It'd be good. I'd appreciate, somebody from your age group's perspective. I mean, I can just show it to you now. Okay. If you have any thoughts, if you have any thoughts, feel free to make some notes. One second. Let me. Okay. Share. Yeah. With a link, anyone can. Okay. Wait. I'm sorry. Where are you? Ah, there you are. Okay. It's appropriate. You generally have very few thoughts. Hey, Angry. I believe you have tons of thoughts. How's it going, Neat? I mean, I could read it, I guess. I don't know. You don't have to read all of it if you don't want to. I feel like. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay. I forget what that meant. Okay. Yeah. So I ended up developing this character a lot more, so now it's a little bit incongruous with the with what it actually, with what her character is. Not necessarily, but I don't know. Huh, that is a good note, Sean. Sometimes I make these notes for myself and I'm like, oh yeah. And I read it and I'm like, oh yeah, yeah, I agree with you, Sean. That is a good note. I have a shorter one. No. That is a good note, Sean. That does happen too fast, and Luna should live in that moment for a minute. She came to a stop. She stopped. No. Oh, do you want to read it? Sure. Yeah, sure. Let me send it to you. I'll send it to you as well. What? No, yeah. If you want to look at, if you want to look at the short story, I mean, that's the novella is still something in progress, but you want to look at the short story? Yeah, I mean, for me to, it's mostly to talk about writing and looking at it, but yeah, if you want to give notes and look at it, sure. I can see that. It is the writing category. It is, but mostly we end up just talking about writing more than actually doing it. Well, I have a lot of. You know, when you don't have ideas, what I do is I just look for common filler words. See what pops up. Any second. Ashes. If Ashes is still here, Ashes had a good note. It's why, for some reason, putting in exact time makes it feel wrong. Moment. Sometimes this works really well, and sometimes it's the most annoying thing in the world. Yep. Suddenly. Okay, I used it once. You know what is often a filler word? I should look at the list Alex provided me. And I don't know if I'll do this idea. The Lord of the Six Hills. This was me trying to be like Game of Thrones and have a character like that, but afraid. Yeah, I should. Oh, what do you know? That's my exact note. I was gonna say I should expand this description, and then I wrote in my notes, I want to expand this description. Huh. I'm so clever. Oh, that doesn't make sense. Ashes! Speak of the devil. We're just doing some editing. I've let a couple of people here look over my short story just to see if they have any thoughts on it. No, you're the DeVille. You're Danny DeVille, the lesser-known relative of Danny DeVito. No, I was just talking about how you don't like it when people specify the exact time in things, and I was saying that's like. I was saying that was yeah, that's like a really good note. That bothers me too and stuff, but I never that always bothered me, but I really never had the words for it until you said. Oh no, that's needed. Yeah, well, yeah, but it's also More often than not, it's like clunky is the real thing. And more often than not, it's clunky, and it's like you don't need it really. It's like why is it important to know exactly like 5 minutes had passed, or 10 minutes had passed, or 15.32567 seconds? It's just unnecessary detail that people don't need. I don't necessarily have ideas right now, so I'm just like looking up filler words just to see if I use them. Yeah, exactly. It's like, that's really important in like if you're writing a police report or something, like trying to document what happened in a crime, it's important to have all those details. But that's not really necessary in like a story. Yeah. No, I mean, it's good to know. Your teacher was a smart cookie. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's like, I mean, the question is, oh, no, where is it? The question is, I don't want to share messages. I want to look at my messages for a second. I don't want to share that. But the question is, why does the reader need to know that? I mean, it's important honestly, it's more important in like journalism, I would say, than like getting the exact time and date. Like, I think that's important, especially if you're trying to like document a crime and everything. It's very important to make sure you have everything as exact as possible. But, and I guess like if you are trying to give a sense of like verisimilitude, then maybe that's important. But it's not exact. There are a lot of things where you don't need it. Tell me, what did you think? Tell me, what did you think, Tato? I'm curious about your opinion. I think this is the first thing that you've ever read of mine. Did you like the characters? Yes. Oh, 100%. Yes. Well, you also have to remember. Thank you. I mean, I was going for that. I was going for that. I was trying to make it feel like a fairy tale or folk tale, because that's kind of what it is. I don't know. I don't know if I talked about this. I'm in a fairy tale writing class right now, where we're learning how to write using fairy tales. Yes. I'm glad you liked it. I'm glad you liked it. I'm thinking of using those characters in a bigger project, so I'm glad the introductory. I'm glad the introductory. Did you like Birch as a character? I'm glad the introductory story was good, because there I might use it as I might use this as a basis for a bigger project coming up. We'll see. I mean, Ashes, you've seen this. Yeah, it's been a cool class, and so this was my attempt to write for it. This was the project that. Oh, okay. Okay, you're not. Yes. Okay, you're not the first person who's given me that note. Okay. That is a very good note, Tato. That is a very good note. It's supposed to be. Yeah, that's a good note. Kind of the so it's kind of like Birch trying to like rebel against her sisters for a brief second, even though like she kind of gave in to them and told them and even though she's kind of she's gonna stay, she there's a little part of her that's still rebelling against her sisters, and that was kind of the idea. Okay, so you're not the first person to give me that note, so that's clearly a note I have to fix. That's something I have to fix. Yeah. Yeah. Well, there's a little part of me that's seriously considering returning to these characters, so I might expand on that more later. But I want to treat this like just a short story. Like, so yeah, but it's a little bit like there's a possibility. See, the thing is like. See, I've successfully conveyed my themes when I have to explain them later, after the story. That's successfully conveying my themes, right? Is like, she is kind of on the precipice of like growing up and like leaving, but she can't quite bear to disappoint her sisters. So, and in that moment, she falters and lets him go, but there's still, underneath it all, a bit of a rebellion. Okay, so I need to make that clear. That's a good note. I need to make that clear. Thank you for reading it. I very much appreciate that note. Any other thoughts you have? Because I know you read a lot, so. Boop. Little smiley face. You liked it? Okay, that's good. Yeah, okay, that's good. I'm getting good notes about Talos. Talos is his name. I'm getting good notes about that character. Yeah, everybody likes Talos as a character, so that is good to know. I don't know. I don't know, Ashes, if you picked up on this. I'm a very like character centric writer. I try and make sure the characters work mostly. I'm of this belief. I'm of this belief, and if you want some writing advice from me, I'm of this belief is if you can make the characters likable and people want to follow them, people will put up with a lot for likable characters in a story. Okay, angry. I'm curious your thoughts, angry. Tell me what your thoughts are. I mean, just tell. Okay. I'm in your phone now. I'm in your phone. I'm in your phone. I'm nervous. Ah. Okay. Maybe a little bit. Yeah. Okay. 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 That's an interesting note. Yeah, it's when Talos gets introduced, right? Because it's like it suddenly becomes a little bit more of a, uh, like a drama, a little bit. I mean, the story is kind of. Well, I guess I kind of thought, the first half is sort of a fairy tale, and then the reality of the situation intrudes when Talos enters, but so the style changes a tiny bit when he comes in because suddenly we're learning a little bit more of the history of the place. It's kind of but if yeah. Yeah, because the first half is very like environmentally driven, and the second half is much more dialogue driven. I agree. I don't know if that's yeah. I mean, let's not. That's not a wrong note to have. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, a little bit. Was that like too off-putting? I don't know. It's just I don't know. The story. I don't know. Was it? Yeah, this is. I got a consistent note that I'm clearly like. I don't know, because it's like I'm trying to go for fairy tale style, but a note I've gotten, and Ashes, would you believe it's a very similar note that you've given me on a different story, is that at a certain point, like Birch takes over as the protagonist of the story, where it starts kind of omniscient third initially, and then at a certain point, Birch it becomes the definitive protagonist of the story, and that can feel a little jarring. And this might be related to that. Yeah, well, that's a little bit what I was going for. Is that suddenly the real world intrudes into the fantasy fairy tale level. But I've gotten somewhat of a similar note to this, that possibly Birch, I should just make Birch the POV character from the beginning. I don't know. I don't know. This is a little bit like stylistically of a thing where it's like, okay, yeah, 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 yeah. First person crawling. Yeah. Well, okay, but I have a reason for this. I'm going for some. I'm going for like a stylistic idea here. Part of the thing is, so in fairy tales, if you've never read, I assume everybody here has read fairy tales, but fairy tales have a very distinct structure to them. And one of the first things is you have three. Usually, if you have siblings, it's three siblings, and the youngest is always the protagonist. So I was trying to go for that a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. Well. Yeah, first person crawling it. Well, at a certain point, Ashes, and I think Angry Meatball and Alexandria both picked up on this. It sort of starts omniscient and it talks about all the sisters. Then it becomes progressively clear that Birch is the protagonist. And I mean, I'll tell you this: Birch was always meant to be the protagonist. Like I always from the start, I meant for Birch to be the protagonist of the story. But we start, I don't know. This might be my filmmakery thing popping in, because it's like we start broad, we learn about the characters, and then the main character sort of comes in a little bit. I don't know. But it's hard. Have you read it in full, Ashes? I don't know. Do you want to look at it? Because Ashes gives good notes. I'm not fighting you. I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know exactly. I will say, because I've gotten this note a couple of times now, and it's like that maybe I should just switch to first person. I'm like, I don't know. Birch trees are nice. If you want to look at Ashes, feel free to. Tato, here's a question, Tato. Would you read a full book of this? Here's a question. I use you as my young person. Yeah. Well. Yeah. Yeah. It's not. I guess, but it's not that. I was going for something a little bit. I was going for something maybe a little bit more deliberate this time. Because it's supposed to start like a fairy tale and then slowly, then, whatever. Then slowly it turns into sort of, because what happens is we learn what actually occurred. Spawn the show is great. Have you not did I recommend that? If I hadn't, I was going to. You should, yeah, Spawn the TV show is good. Yeah. But would a book like, because I'm considering writing a novella with these characters at some point. I already have it. Well, it's not really a POV switch, because it's like, I tell you a little bit about the characters. Well, it ran for 3 seasons. If it ran for about 3 seasons, but shorter seasons. Such a good show. Such a good show. Yes. Well, because it just becomes more and more obvious that Birch is the main character. And Birch was always meant to be the main character, by the way. That was always the thing. Talos was always supposed to come in. I knew that like an outside force would come in, and who kind of knew about, stumbled on them. Anyways, we got it. Any book look good? What was the last book you read, Tato? You were telling me about it. Was it the Mystery Mansion thing? Yes. Inheritance Games. Yeah. I mean, sorry if this sounds like I'm fighting you. I'm not. I'm just like, I had a reason for why I did that, and I'm just like, some people seem to, it's just one of the things, just like, do I want to spend, I mean, I could. Was it so bad that it put you off reading entirely? Yeah, the Spawn movie was terrible. Yeah. Made you so. Yeah. 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 I mean, sorry. Sorry, something got in my eye. Something really did get in my eye. I'm not like, no, something did get in my eye. Yeah. Reading is so nice. Reading is so nice. It is, I mean, that's a good note. Yeah. I mean, it might be a tiny bit of an effect. Well, sometimes. Are there any books that look good to you? Well, you read my thing, Tato, so I appreciate that, but it's good to get a young person's perspective. I'm just thinking. I don't know. Would you prefer it? Because I mean, that's a little bit the point that, like, was sort of pointless, the whole debt thing. I don't know. I'm kind of going. I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes when you have like a Tato, what type of books do you like? Because I want to recommend you a book. Tato, no, you should. It's always good to read. It's always good to read. Don't. What type of books are you looking? Oh no, Tato, you should read more. That's always a good habit to have. I don't want to be like a dork, but it's like I want to encourage you to like. It's like no, but reading is cool. It's not for fools. It's cool. No, read fiction. They won't teach you how to get. Tato, if any of them knew how to get rich, they wouldn't be writing finance books. They would just be rich. If any of them knew how to get rich, they just would be rich. They wouldn't be selling their courses. Oh, you guys are in an ad break. Fiction. Okay. Maybe. If you want to read finance books, let's see. Welcome back. I mean, no, but that's good, Tato. That's good. That's good. If you're teaching yourself something, new, like if you're teaching yourself something new, like how to code, that's perfectly fine. You don't worry about as long as you're always just learning new things. That's always the important part. But if you're learning how to code, don't worry about so much about it. Ugh. Crypto. I hate crypto. Maybe something like this from Warren Buffett, because he's very knowledgeable about stuff. Huh. So Angry, can I ask you a question, Angry? Would you have preferred it stay sort of in that like super whimsical tone, or I'm just curious. It's not that I'm fighting you. It's just like I want to know your thought process here. I find a lot with getting notes is it's a little bit of like what's the word? You have to have somewhat decent. It's kind of an interview process, in a lot of ways, because you gotta like kind of get at the heart of things. Well, and so, kind of my philosophy with this, Angry, is like, if you were like a reader who just picked this up, you wouldn't have a direct line to me, the author. So, it's important to know your perspective on that. It's kind of important to know your perspective from that, because it's like, I certainly have my own thoughts and opinions on how the story is and what I'm trying to do with it. But I mean, that doesn't really matter, I guess, in the end, because in real life, not in real life. I mean, this is real life, but if all goes to plan, and and I get this published somewhere, people are not going to have a direct line to me, and I can't answer these questions. So it has to be in the story. And by the way, Tato, learning Python is not being lazy. So that is something you noted. This might be related to I feel like this is related to an earlier note I've gotten from Alex, that maybe if I rework this to be more closer third than just omniscient third, because it flits back between omniscient third and close third, and that might be throwing things off just a little bit. Potato, that's very good that you're learning something new. I'm sorry, I don't mean to lecture you. It's just, I fell into that trap when I was young too. I was like, well, I'm not going to read anymore because I have so much to do, and I was always so sad that I did that. It's such a bummer. So, yeah. Yeah, it does kind of become a desk drama a little bit right at the end of the story. I agree. I agree with you. I do think that, because it does become very much like, I mean, because the central question is Birch going to leave? And like we've got like opposing forces. Like we got Talos and we got her sisters, and they all have their own ideas of what to do. And the question is, and ultimately Birch can't quite bring herself to go, because it's, this is the only life she knew. Maybe I should say that more closely. That would maybe be good. But, I guess it's sort of a little bit of a thing. It's like, it's like, you can stay in your childhood for a while, but like, no matter what, like, eventually the adult world comes, and you can try and avoid it for forever, but it will always come. And life is not so much about trying to outsmart that as much as how do you ride that, how do you ride that wave? Because it's like, I guess I can make these ideas a little bit more clear. And it's like, and Talos sort of represents that like an adult, like Birch will eventually, the world, like Birch's world is growing smaller. She maybe wants to explore. Well, no, I mean, of course, yeah, feel free to reread it. I have no problem with that. But it's like, I'm not debating you on your note. Your note is objectively correct. So here's my thing. In notes, if like with opinion, if people like give me notes and opinions, it's like the note is correctively objectively right in that is your opinion, and because you are the reader, I must take that into account. About that, and it's like, it's like, and I have to, like, does this make sense, Ashes, Tato? Does this make sense that there is, like, notes are, yeah, like, right. And it's like, because there's stuff, and ultimately I have to be the one who writes it, because, like, that's just how it works. Sorry. Sometimes when I can't hear people or see people's faces, I get nervous everybody's mad at me. So I'm just trying to work out. Yeah. No, I mean, yeah. No, I'm up. I'm up for it. I'm up. I'm up for it. Trust me. I will keep all. I will keep all of this in mind when I do the rewrite. I might. I mean, I might go my own way on certain things. So Tato, anything like any new show you're? So Tato, tell me, what's like the end goal of learning Python? Do you want to like make your own games? I mean, there is also, I will throw this out there. There is also the truth of that endings are, how to best say this? Ending, you usually work the hardest on the beginning and the ending comes because you just want it done, you know? Which isn't untrue. Like, if you've ever read the ending of it, if you've seen or read the ending of anything, that is probably the least worked on part, because it's like, yeah. So it's like, and I was trying to finish the story before it was due, so maybe I did rush through the ending a tiny bit, but I don't know. Yeah, because it's just like, because you have to understand, because most people generally write pretty linear, you write pretty linear. So you start from so by the time you get to the ending, you want to kind of finish the story. So that is also something to consider. Do you find that true, Ashes? Do you find that true that people tend to rush the ending? Yeah. I mean, I could spend more time. Yeah. But trust me, Ashes, once you get to the ending, you will just want it done. You will want it done. And you're very... Trust me, by the time you get to an ending, this happens with a lot of people. Once you're at the ending, you're just like, I want this finished. Yeah. I mean, have you written it yet, Ashes? Have you written your ending yet? It might be a good idea to write it early. I mean, Ashes, maybe it might be a good idea to write your ending first, so that doesn't happen to you. So you don't. So the burnout, so you don't get that burnout, so that burnout doesn't occur. Maybe do the ending first, Ashes, and you can, if stuff changes and the ending needs to be changed, that's fine. I'm gonna wait for Meatball, and then maybe we can get some writing done. Okay. You hate it. It's the worst thing you've ever read. No. Yes. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm nervous by that phrase. Oh boy, I'm nervous. Yeah. Well, it's also, I mean, yes, yes. I mean, it's also a little bit, kind of how people kind of trap themselves in, like, making them. It's a little bit like her sisters have kind of trapped themselves in making in the worst version of their life just because they need they need the system to be real. They need the system that they were part of to still exist for the pain to be justified. And if it's gone, then their suffering was for nothing. So it's like they hold. So it's like they hold fast to this system that totally destroyed their lives because the system because they needed this. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? It's kind of like, you know, people kind of trap themselves in their own prisons, and it's like, despite like the awful things that the previous government did to them, they still in some way are holding to that. They still are holding to that because, yeah, because it. Yes, you've been to Florida. Because if not, then it didn't matter. It didn't matter. And they can't really conceive of a world outside of that. I was going to say this, I didn't mean for this to be political, but it might be a little bit political. I might have a little bit of a political idea around it. Mainly that her sisters are a little bit my opinion of Trump voters. Maybe a little bit. The more I think about it, it's like, The more I think about it, it's like, yeah, that might be a little bit my opinion on certain people. Yes, I know. The Pope is American. Yeah. So, any other thoughts, Meat? Yeah, pretty much. On purpose. I mean, if it was accidental, it wouldn't matter. But yeah, I did kind of intend for that. That was sort of my idea. That was my kind of idea, is that it's kind of these, you know, okay, not to be pretentious, but one of my main influences is actually Kafka. And Kafka writes a lot of these sorts of stories where it's like the system is infinite and powerful, but also arbitrary and contradictory, and nothing seems to make sense. And but all you know is you've done something very, very wrong, and everything is bad, and you have to fix it, but you'll never know what you did wrong, only that you did something wrong. Yeah, exactly. Ashes, I'm going to throw something out at you, and here's a question. All the pizza that you have is secretly American. Even the pizza you get in Italy, that's American pizza. See, traditional pizza is actually quite a bit different from the type of pizza we have here in the US.
No. This is a real thing. This is a real thing. The type of pizza we have here in the U.S. is an American variation of that sort of pizza, of that dish, but like the idea of like different toppings, of like cheese all over it, sauce, all of that is American. It's American. And they kind of imported it back to Italy. But here's the thing to even think about. How does an Italian dish have tomatoes in it? What? Has it ever occurred to you how strange it is that there are so many Italian dishes that require tomatoes, when tomatoes don't grow in Italy? Dun dun dun. They grow in America, and the Europeans didn't have tomatoes until the discovery, but discovery is not the right word. Till the American, till the colonization of the Americas. Well, fake probably is the wrong word. More modern than Italians like to admit is the correct word. It is, and yeah, it's fake. But you have to think about this. Any dish that, say, has potatoes or chili peppers or anything like that, that is not that can't be traditional in old world food. That's not a traditional thing. That has to be an imported. How dare you? Go to, okay. You have to, I mean, it is late, but whatever. I mean, it's the weekend. Who cares? So, Taylor, what is the ultimate? Are you going to try and make a game? Are you trying to make it? Are you trying to make a game? Or do you want to make like video games? Or are you just learning it because you're not trying to? Yeah. No. Yes. Angry, I love it. I love it. It's like you're a scholar. It's like you're a scholar. It's like you're a real scholar reading my things. That's very nice. So, what would you say are some of your favorite games, Tato? Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what I was going for. It's kind of a social realist deconstruction of fairy tales, you know. Although there's more, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Well, a lot of foods are more American than you think they are. You know, that's not bad. Angry. I agree with that. I should probably, you know, I should probably bring that into it. I was trying that a bit. You can see that with Willow. Willow is supposed to be sort of that character who has these like elaborate fantasies she talks about. But I could probably make that a little bit more clear. I agree. What type of games would you make, Tato? Well, a lot of foods, when really looked at, a lot of foods. Yes, that's a scholar. I compliment everybody. A lot of foods, if really looked at, is yeah. Yes, there is, but I could make that. I could make that a little clearer. I agree with Angry. I could make that a little clear. I you know, in my mind there is, but I could make that more, a little bit more obvious. I even kind of have a place in my head already where I can introduce that a little bit clearer. I already angry. I already have a pretty good idea of what I'm gonna do, with that note already. So, what type of games do you play, Tato? See, it's interesting to get all these notes because angry Tato. I assume Ashes, if Ashes gets a chance to read it. You all have kind of complementary notes, and Alex have all had kind of complementary notes about you've all noticed a similar issue, but you've all approached it in a different way, and this is it's actually kind of a fascinating thing to see because you've all had you should read. I want. You should read some more. You don't have to because you're doing other stuff, but it's always good to have a book in mind. Which it's actually I actually find that really interesting because the central issue seems to be the same amongst everybody, but it's just you're all approaching it in vastly different ways, and I think that's a very it's very unusual. It's very neat to see that happen. So, kind of hints at your personalities. Because, yeah. Because Alex had a note. One of Alexandria's big notes for me was that their relationship to the outside world is too vague, and she didn't understand what their exact relationship to the outside world is. And angry, the way you phrased it to me is that you don't really what I'm kind of getting at, the idea I'm getting from you is that you don't really know like who they are in relationship to the outside world also, because it's like, well, are they supposed to be fairy tale? Is this intentional? This idea, this kind of post-revolution idea seems to come out of nowhere, and you don't really give a hint at that, and it's like, and that's true. And Alex had a related note in that she didn't really understand the relationship to the outside kingdom, only that they had one, but it seemed a little odd. And Tato, you had a note is that you didn't understand why she kissed him in the end, and it's like, which is a similar note to somebody else. So I'm seeing like two through lines in the critiques that, and this is good to have because I know, because this means I'm pretty sure I have a pretty good understanding of where the issues are, and I think I know how to fix them already, but I need to sit down and actually do that. So that's good. Yes, I know how to fix them. Okay. How long have I been on? I wanted to make up for kind of missing a couple of weeks. Yeah, she didn't, did she? Yeah, that is a good point. It's nothing. It's nothing major. Birch just gives Talos a quick peck on the lips, and then. So it's not like. But. It's nothing major. It's nothing major. I mean, she didn't, but. She didn't, but it's. And it's bad. You should ask for consent. It's bad. It's bad. You should ask for consent, and yeah, that is something to think about. You should ask. I don't like. Not to. I know we're having fun. Yeah. 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 I mean, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. It's the premise of the story. Yeah. 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 Well, not to. I mean, there's a subtle magic. I don't want to confirm or deny it exists, but there is a subtle magic. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I, I, I don't know. I don't know how to say that. Uh, yeah. 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 Sure. Well, yeah, they've been there for about 16 years. Yeah. They're fair. They're spirited. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but I don't need to explain it. It's just magic. The woods do weird things. Yeah. Well, Angry, there is a little. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. It's ancient woods. It's something mystical is going on, but what exactly? Who knows? It's less, it's less they have exact magic, and it's just more the tree being around these trees are affecting them. Sure. Well, death of the I think, death of the author, Tato, death of the author. I mean, isn't that always the most hack one? It's just like it's all in somebody's imagination. I mean, technically, every story is in somebody's imagination. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Ashes, you could just read the thing, and then you could join us in the discussion. Like, so Angry, I don't really know what to totally do with that note, because at a certain point, I can't. There's stuff I can rewrite to make the theming a little bit more clear and more precise, and make the story flow better from point to point, but I can't change the plot. I can't change I can't just cut off the end of the story and write a different story. Yeah. So. And so not to be defensive, but it's just I don't know what to do with that. I can't really. I could, and I say that, and I already kind of have an idea, actually. Because there's more going on, by the way. There's a part of me that's thinking of returning to these characters and expanding on some ideas. Because one of the things I think people are confused by is the dad. I don't know. There's some stuff in stories where it's I don't know. I don't know if I need to explain it. I don't know. Sometimes it's just mysterious and doesn't exist. And it's best to leave it in the people's minds. Sorry if that sounds offensive. It's just I'm trying to think of how would I address that? Sorry if it's honestly a little defensive, honestly. I'm sorry if it sounds defensive. I'm sorry that I'm being defensive is probably the better word. Yeah. Yes. Well, that was a note that people want to know how it works, and it's I don't know, it just is. It's just a thing. Why is your stuff not popping up? Oh, whatever. Sometimes your things don't pop up, but it does at the same time. That's weird. Yeah. Have you ever seen Tato? This is something you might like if you haven't seen this already. Have you ever seen Over the Garden Wall? You've never seen that? Oh, Tato, you would like that. You would like that.
It was an animated miniseries that Cartoon Network did. It's really cool. It's really like, okay. Oh. Okay, more theories. I mean, I do have one pretty definitive idea, but I mean, I'm gonna say I'm happy. I'm happy. I do like this story. Sorry if it's. I don't mean to be defensive about this. You know, I don't mean to sound. Yeah. 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 No, Talos is. I will say this. Talos is supposed to be about Birch's age. Talos is supposed to be about Birch's age. Yeah, that could be a thing. But Talos is meant to be around Birch's age, not. Yeah. Great grand uncle. Yeah. Well, yeah, but there's other metaphors. I was kind of going for, Willow is great grandbrother. How would that work? That's so fun. That's such a funny idea. He's my great grandbrother. I guess though, if you really think about it, isn't technically, could you not qualify uncle as your grandbrother and uncle as your grandbrother, like in a way? If you really think about it and change the definitions a little bit. Because it's like, you know, it's your parents' brother. It's one of your parents' brothers. So it's like, the same way it's like, so it's the brother a generation up from you. So your grandbrother, you know, it's like how your grandfather is your father's father. So your grandbrother should be your father's brother, you know, it's like, or mother, you know. But if like grandfather is your father's father, take that, then your grand brother should be your father's brother. Does that make you Gen Alpha? No. Angry, it was. Thank you so much for your notes. I do really appreciate it. I do have to think. You know, there's a lot of things I have to think about. Your mom is your grandson. Probably. Yes, that fits. Well, I'm my own grandpa.
I'm my own grandpa. Wait, but you have a son? I'm so confused. I'm confused. Makes sense, makes sense. God, what time is it? Yeah. Okay. You guys wanna? I'm gonna probably get out soon, but let's. I feel like. Let's see. Oh come on! Ugh, I hate it doesn't pause right away. So this is over the garden wall. That's over the garden wall. If you like Americana fantasy, this.
Yeah, here we go.
Let's see. If you like Americana fantasy, then this is your home.
Did you find anything?
No? Where's Greg?
Do you hear that?
Huh?
Oh, pardon me there. Say, you folks should have drawn your vegetables and celebrate the harvest with us.
Oh, you're wearing costumes.
Well, sure. Pumpkins can't move on their own, can't they?
No, yeah, no.
Good thing I didn't take this off. You guys find this place as creepy as I do, right?
So it's some kind of weird cult where they wear vegetable costumes and dance around a big thing. They seem nice enough.
Okay, you're in denial, that's fine. But I'm just saying, something feels about this place.
Well, maybe I can find someone here who'll give us a ride home. Greg, you stay out of trouble. Beatrice, thank you, but you can leave.
I can't leave. I'm honor bound to help you since you guys helped me. That's the Bluebird rules.
Okay.
Beatrice, don't you care for this dance? No thanks. No thanks. No thanks. I said no thank you. Say, like you're ready to join us just yet.
Join you? Yeah, no, I'm just passing through.
Folks don't tend to pass through Pottsville.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's nice here.
I'm really just looking to leave here as fast as possible.
What? Leave Pottsfield? Who wants to leave Pottsfield?
Oh, are we leaving already? Let's leave immediately.
Just trying to get home. Maybe he's here to steal our crops.
We're going all over. Don't take off our pumpkin shoes.
No,
Now hold on, everybody. Let's not jump to any conclusions.
Whoa.
Enoch, what shall we do with them?
I'm done.
Now let's see here, boys. How do you end up in this little town of ours?
well, we were trying to get home. We came into town from the woods. We saw your farms and your houses and thought, hey, here's a normal place with normal people.
And we both stepped on pumpkins.
Yeah, and then we heard the music from the barn, and, well, how about we just leave?
Now let me get this straight. You come to our town, you trample our crops, you interrupt our private engagement. Now you want to leave.
Yes.
Isn't that cool? I love that show so much. I love that show so much. They only did like 10 episodes of it. That's all you need. It's very good. Right? Yeah. Sure, let's look at that. I'm just gonna play more. Okay, we'll watch the trailer. Yeah, come on. I probably should go to bed soon, but we'll watch. How about this? We'll watch this trailer and then call it here, okay? Honestly, pretty darn cool. Pretty darn impressive trailer. I gotta admit, I'm impressed. I would be hyped beast for that. That seems very stylish. Stylishness gets you a lot of points in my books if you are stylish. Yeah, I might check that out. Honestly, I was like, ugh, another. Like, I know this. Yeah. I know this isn't. I don't know what. The definition of anime has changed so violently in my lifetime that it's hard to keep up. Because anime used to just mean animation from Japan, but it's different now. But one of the things that I got kind of burnt out with on modern anime. So what do you call that? I guess anime. I guess you would say anime, but it's based on a Chinese story. But it's animated. It's a Japanese production staff, I assume. But you know, it looks cool. It looks cool as hell. Yeah, when you told me to look it up, it said like Chinese, a Chinese story. So, what am I saying? Like this is like a thing with like Trump and when Trump said like no foreign movies. It's like what exactly does that mean? What counts as a anyways? But you know, one thing that really frustrated me about anime, especially in the 21st century, is it became nothing but about these like, frankly, really boring character. Not all anime, obviously. There's still good stuff being made. But it frankly became about these like aggressively boring characters who like all they are is like they like video games and anime and they have no personality behind. Yeah. Well, okay, but I'll point this out. This sort of thing effortlessly outfight any villains and looks impossibly stylishly cool. That's also a bit of a male power fantasy. But no, but it's not bad. Power fantasy isn't necessarily bad, but power. Yeah, that's very cool. Yeah, but what I'm saying, I get, but what I'm saying is, it's not that's bad, but it's like, let's be honest, it's a little bit doing that. But what I mean by that is, but there's a base system and all that stuff makes sense. But a lot of it just became about like just I hate most anime characters now. I hate a lot of these anime characters. I hate them because they're whiny, like no name dorks who like just expect everything to be given to them, and they should be in charge of everything. And they're the smartest and they're the smartest and the best, and everybody should just do exactly what I should say, and I should have all the power of a god. And anybody who is against me is bad. And it's like, I don't know. A guy who just wants to be a cool superhero. Yeah. I don't know if I've ever seen that show, but I don't. It's Ash is, as somebody who's worked professionally with those sorts of characters, I hate those characters. I hated writing those characters when I worked at my job. I hated writing those characters, and so it's on a personal level, because it's like you want to give them like some like personality, some interest, some just like life outside of their like little bubble, and it's like. And like fans don't like that. Did somebody follow me? Who the heck followed me? Let's get alerts with that. Yeah. Yeah. Well, is it fair to blame Sword Art Online for all of the problems in the world? Is it fair to blame them for everything that went wrong? Oh, thank you, Angry Meatball, for the follow. Yes, it is fair. It is fair to blame Sword Art Online for the rise of fascism and the resurgence of fascism in the last 20 years. I think that's fair. Morally and historically, I think people can back me up. Yeah. I mean, sometimes with isekai, like a thing I've noticed is it can be like, yeah, let's. Oh my god, I don't even know why I'm on Kick anymore. Just you know, the only reason I'm still maintaining a Kick account because it's easier. It's just as easy to go on it as to not. But I have to deal like with these stupid. I hate these bots. Yeah. If you want my actual, if I could, I'm gonna, since I guess I'm staying up for a little bit more, I'm gonna put on a robe. 1 second, because I'm quite cold. I got pressured into joining it. I regret joining it. I got pressured into joining it. I had some friends who were going to go there permanently. I had a couple of my friends wanted to move there. A couple of my streamer friends were saying that they were going to move there permanently, and I was like, well, I don't want to lose you. So since dual streaming is allowed, I'll join Kick. I'll join Kick just for you guys, because they were going to go like, I'm going permanent Kick. So I joined it, and I I dual stream over there. I get nothing. Nobody comes over. I have like 1 or 2 people a couple every once or twice a month who come from Kick. My audience is Twitch and YouTube. And yeah. And the worst part of it all is the people I did that for, because they wanted to move to Kick permanently. The people I did that for, because I was like, okay, I'll move to Kick because you guys are saying you're so sick of Twitch. And the people I did that for, like a couple of months later, they told me, oh yeah, I quit Kick. It's a shitty site. And I'm like, great, thanks. And I'm stuck. And it's frankly the reason I don't leave it is it's just as easy not to leave. You know, because it just automatically dual streams when I start Twitch. It'll automatically dual stream to Kick, and it would be just as much effort to not do it as to do it. But I'm so mad at I'm so angry that I'm on it, honestly, and it's so worthless. It is such a worthless site. Yeah. But it's like, I don't know, I justified myself. It's like, well, Amazon's also pretty... fuck. Kick is so useless. I hate it. I hate dealing with it. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. It's mostly bots. I mean, I'll say this. The worst follower, the most racist, worst follower troll I ever got came through YouTube, so whereas instead, and with Kick, nobody comes. I get one guy I know, Bat. I like Bat Tree, but he's the only guy I know who I found through Kick who pops up here every once in a while. It's so useless, and it's just so dumb. What's the even worse one? I am so close. I am this close to just permanently logging off. I really am. If I get a note, Rumble. Yeah, Rumble's the worst one. No, I don't want to get in trouble. Let's see. Okay, you know what I'll do? I'll look. There's an even lower tier one. I'm pretty sure. Let's see. I think there's an even lower tier one, but I don't remember what it is. Let's see. No, that one doesn't exist anymore. What was the one? No, I was on that one. The one that Ninja was Mixer. I will say that Mixer was that was the Microsoft one. Mixer had some interesting ideas that So one of the interesting things with Mixer is instead of like just distributing ad dollars, instead what it did is it gave you a free currency that it gave you a portion of the free currency. Yeah. So one of these interesting ideas, though, it gave you a free portion of the currency, and if you wanted to, you could, for free, give people money. And I thought that was a really interesting idea. Like, so instead of like, so essentially, it gave you free bits, but it gave you the bits that you earned by being on. That you earned by being on the site, and you could just direct that to whoever you want. That's not a terrible idea, right? That's an interesting way to do monetization. Yeah. It's like, yeah. But I was dual streaming there. I was like, I'm doing. Yeah, I know the ones you're talking about. Like, in a way, I grew up in one of those, but I hate. Yeah, I don't know. I'm this close to. I'm this close to not doing. I'm this close to just shutting down that Kick account. I don't know. There's a part of me that's like, well, but I have some followers over there. I don't want to shut down any place I have followers, but half of them are bots. Like half of these guys pop up and I ban them immediately. The other half are like dudes who are like trying to get follow backs. Like the only like Day Tripper is real. I know Day Tripper. Day Tripper pops up. Yeah. I agree with you. I agree. I did this for one person. I signed up for Kick for one person because they said they wanted to switch to Kick. And I got swept up in the hype a little bit, I guess, because I was like, oh, it's a new site. I guess there wouldn't be as much competition on Twitch as there is on Kick. I could become. No, I mean, I agree with you. I agree with you. It makes. I agree with you. It's a garbagey website. I thought that, because that was my thought, Ashes. I thought, there's a little bit of like, well, I guess there wouldn't be that much. No, I hate streaming on TikTok. I have streamed on TikTok before. I hate streaming on TikTok. It's as TikTok doesn't play nice. Because TikTok doesn't play nice with other streams. Because if I were to stream on TikTok, I want to do like dual streaming. But you notice how all of my stuff is I can view from one. I can view from one. Window right here. Whereas TikTok won't do that, and I have to keep a separate window open. I also don't like TikTok as just a platform. I think it's a really sleazy platform. TikTok is more well, maybe they did, but I've had such trouble fighting with TikTok, trying to get it to work correctly, and it just doesn't want to work that way. Like it does. I don't know. Also, I'm just happy to be off of TikTok. I found TikTok to be very aggravating to deal with. Yeah. TikTok's a bad platform. I don't care. I know you like it. I'm just gonna say my opinion. I think TikTok is a bad platform. If there is a platform, I don't care. I was on it for 2 years, Ashes. I know all about how TikTok works. No, you know who's obsessed with TikTok, Ashes? Let me tell you somebody who's obsessed. Let me tell you somebody who's obsessed with TikTok. My 73-year-old mother is obsessed with TikTok. She's on it all the time. Yeah. Well, that was, see, what was happening with me is like TikTok was just making me mad. I don't know how, I mean, I do know how, but yeah. I don't know how I ended up like on the particular side of TikTok I was on. Well, okay. You know, it's a little bit my fault because like one thing I always enjoy is like debunking videos. Like I find it really amusing when people like debunk like scams and conspiracy theories. That's always something fun. That's always something fun to watch. But unfortunately, when TikTok sees that you're into that sort of content, it also recommends you scams and conspiracy videos by people who legitimately are into that stuff. And every time I was getting mad at watching that. Also, I made a video. Yeah, but I was enjoying the debunks. I like the debunking stuff, but and I was enjoying the debunking stuff, and it got so bad. Partly that's why it got bad. The other part is like it was nonstop Family Guy clips. Yeah, well, that was my other issue. It just got. I was engaging with the political side of TikTok. And boy, that attracts scammers. But like, so like Ashes, I do have this philosophy, Ashes, is like at a certain point, okay, so here's my kind of thought process with social media. I think at a certain point, social media just has a site, it's time for a site to end. Okay, we'll look at it later. We're talking right now. I think at a certain point, it's time to retire. After a while, it's time to retire being on a social media site. Yeah. I mean, I still have my Instagram. I still have my Instagram account, but I barely use it. And I'm so mad that I have followers on Threads. I'm so mad that I have followers on Threads. It makes me so mad because I have to keep it. Legitimately it makes. I never use my Instagram. Like you know why I keep it, Ashes? You know why I keep it? This is what I'll tell you for real why I'm keeping it. Because one video I made there got like 3 million views. And it was the most successful thing. It's the most successful video I've ever made. It got like 3 million views. It got like 3 million views, and it's like I can't. And it was just the weirdest thing that ever happened. It was one of the weirder things that ever happened to me that I got that many views on a video once. And there's just a little part of me that can't bear to delete that account after it did so well. I never achieved anywhere close to that success again. But it's just like, but that video were. Yeah, but it was like it was just a big hit. It was just a big hit. I still get likes on that video every once in a while. Well, it used to. From what I understand, it's now prioritizing people who pay. So. Oh yeah, there it is. It's still got a like. Yeah, that's pretty much where I am. I occasionally post. But look, here's this video I made. This took me 15 seconds. And it's the most successful thing I've ever written in my entire life. See, look. And it's people really arguing. See? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I changed quite dramatically. I ended up following this guy on Instagram and YouTube. He's like a musician. And I always like and comment and retweet his stuff because I'm like, dude, you gave me because of you, you gave me my most successful video of all time. It's like I have to like appreciate that. Like it's no. Let's see. Yeah, see views, 3 million views. So I always like and comment on his videos because I'm just like, thanks, man. Thanks, man. You did your video gave me the biggest hit. I don't know. It is a shame because a lot of my biggest videos, little like videos I made, were just like response videos I made to TikToks I saw, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know. You know, honestly, if I had to do it all over again, I don't know if I would have done the face cam thing. I think I might have tried to be a VR person because, like, there is a little bit of I am now a little bit like, man, people know what I look like because I'm like, because if I ever wanted to step away from all of this, I could. I can't now. Well, I mean, I could. Like, I'm not popular enough. I'm not popular, but it's like people know what I look like. I keep Instagram mostly. Yeah. I hate that I have followers on Threads. I hate that I have followers on Threads because I feel the need to maintain it then. And I'm like, I don't want followers on Threads. Why do I have followers on Threads? It's so cruel. It's so terrible that I have it. I have a friend who uses it too, so I do try it. Okay. I hate Twitter and Blue Sky and all that stuff, and I would. Let's see how many followers. I have 72 followers on Threads. Why do people follow me on this? Oh, let's see. I mean, it's as boring as Twitter is. Let's see what's on there. This is actually my friend. Yeah. Okay, that's funny. I like that. Great. Okay, I saw something gross. Cool. Immediately. We should just all be reading, Ashes. We should just all be reading books. And hopefully books written before. No, I saw a girl really. I don't know. Fucking hell, man. Just fucking hell. What? I saw a girl. It's clearly like. By the way, it's clearly like fetish bait or something. Oh. Tato, you're not still here, are you? Okay. It's like. It's like sending. Tato, if you're still here, say something. Tato's a minor. I don't want them. Tato's a minor. I don't want So it's this girl, and it's like she's she had a low cut dress on and like pointing at her, and it's like sending it to my dad because he loves to see it. It's like gross, gross. What the? Yeah, yeah. That's literally what I saw. Ugh. Let's see if it's still there. Well, I showed it on. Ugh, great. Fuck off. Yeah, she's showing. She's showing him. Oh, whatever. She's showing emotion because you're just based on an actress who's showing emotion. Yeah. It's like, why would you? I don't know. It's clear. But it's not. I don't know. Maybe no. It's clearly fetish bait. I mean, if I looked more into that girl, she'll have an OnlyFans, or it will be a porn bot, and she wouldn't. She's not even. It's not even a real girl. It's not even like. It's just some picture somebody stole. And it's like. Ugh. But the thing is, Ashes, I don't like social media sites that encourage you to like just share your like quick opinions, because I think in the end that always leads to like conspiracy mongers and like anti-science, anti-vax, fascist sort of people. Because like there's no real discussion. It's just it's emotional on top of emotional. Oh, Tato, you're still here. Oh, I thought you had gone to bed. Yeah, well, you'll see. It gets. I mean, they're both great. That's what's so hard about the ending of that, because it's like. That's what's so hard about the ending of it, because they both are like so. I don't know. It's like so. But at a certain point, Ashes. But here's my thing, Ashes. Here's my thing. You can't avoid it forever. At a certain. Algorithms are kind of like. What algorithms are very good at is zeroing in on things that make you react emotionally. It's the same way that like I don't want to say this, but it's kind of the way like psychopaths are in a way. Is like all algorithms care about is you reacting, and they don't care if it's good or bad. And so at a certain point, all it will be is about getting the biggest reaction from you. But that's what I'm saying, Ashes. At a certain point, the algorithm. But that's what I'm saying, Ashes. You can't really avoid it. If you engage at all with the outside world, at a certain point, the algorithm overruns. Will lock onto it and make you find things to make you hurt, mad, and upset at all times. What do you think? But it always shall happen. Taylor, what's your choice? Are you innie or outie? we're never gonna. It's just yeah, but yeah. I think that's me, but I just want them to both be happy, and I don't know what that means. How they both can be happy. Yeah. 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 Devin I think. Yeah, I like Devin as a character. She's apparently based on the creator's real sister, and I know that because the sister popped up in the Sufferance Reddit frequently and talked about their relationship. Oh, I should read that. Yeah, but it's like also like I'm gonna be honest. The last thing I want in the world is to be lectured on politics by a bunch of like 15-year-olds. Have you seen Severance, Ashes? If not, why are you personally attacking me with having not seen it? Oh, you haven't seen? Yeah, it's a good show. It's a very good show. Tato, did you ever watch Parks and Recreation? God, how late is it for you, Tato? How late is it for you? I worry about you. I wonder what's taking up your time, Ashes. I wonder what's taking up your time. Certainly nothing else you're doing is taking up that time. Yeah. I don't think I have. I mean, anime is fine. I think I've seen this. No, I haven't seen this, but okay. I mean, that's why I'm not super reacting because it's like, she can. Yeah. I mean, I like anime, but I'm more of an old school anime guy. Like my favorite is still like Cowboy Bebop. Is that my favorite? Yeah, that's my favorite. Have you seen Cowboy Bebop, Ashes? Yeah, I'll give it a look. Boo! Boo! I boo you! You've been booed. I'd throw this, but I actually don't want to hurt my camera, so I'm not going to. I mean, there's more of a... I don't know. See, for me, if I can throw out something, for me, I am so sick of never-ending... there's a part of me... Yes, it is. See, there's a part of me that actually... I'm really... There's a part of me that's, like, really rebelling against, like myth arc stuff lately in genre fiction. And I'm like... Like, I'm so sick of, like, these long, extended arcs that go on for years. And I'm like, I just want you to tell me a story. Just tell me a 3-act story. 3-act story. Yeah. So what did you write about? tell me a story with you know. Yeah, it pretty much is. There's more. Okay. Actually, that's really cute, Tata. I think that's really good. I might look at it, but I don't know. It's just like I want people to have more cohesive storytelling instincts. As of late, I'm tired. I'm tired of people like taking forever and then not telling a good story. I'm rebelling. I'm rebelling against things that think that wasting 5 hours of my time and not telling a complete story in that time is good storytelling. I'm rebelling. I'm rebelling. It used to be Ash, back in the old days. You could tell a great story. You could tell a great story in like 30 minutes and you would get away with it. I don't know. No, but that's real. But that's a good story. I mean, that's fine. I'm comfortable with that. That's fine. I'm comfortable with stuff like that. I mean, a show I really like is Kino's Journeys, which is also a philosophical journey through an unknown world. But what I mean by that is, okay. But what I mean by that is I want better storytelling instincts from people. Like, one of my favorite books is Invisible Cities, which is kind of a poetry book, kind of a strange genre dreamscape novel. But it's like I'm just irritated. I'm irritated, particularly I'm irritated in. I mean, my preferred medium has always been comic books, but it's like I'm irritated that people I'm irritated that people take 5 episodes to tell a story that could happen in 1. Have you heard of the Surf Dracula problem? Do you know what Surf Dracula is? In the old days. Yeah. Okay, it's not a real show, but in the old days, if there was a show called Surf Dracula, the first episode would show you Dracula surfing. But nowadays, if the show is called Surf Dracula, it would be about how he got his it would be about how the entire first season would follow him deciding to buy a surfboard. That's what I feel like a lot of things are these days. I think this is a complaint about Star Wars, but I think I'm complaining about Star Wars, but I don't know, I'm just tired of it. See, the thing about Star Wars, the original trilogy, is that I don't know, it's in some ways a Star Wars rant, but it's just like, it's just a general rant, because it's just like they waste like 2 or 3 seasons not telling a story, and it frustrates me. The original movie, and I know TikTok brains, so forgive me, but people who have working attention spans are actually really great because of like it takes it. So here's the thing: the very first Star Wars movie manages an hour and a half to tell the same story pretty much the same story that The Force Awakens takes 3 hours, like 2.5 hours to tell. And gets through less of an arc. And it's like how did that happen?
Yes, you should. Yeah. Tato, serious question. What type of games would you want to make? By the way, I'm not letting this stream go past 5 hours. And the reason for that is fairly simple. If I let it go past, if it goes past 5 hours, YouTube won't let me edit out the copyrighted material. YouTube won't let me edit out the copyrighted material, and I can't then subsequently and so there's a chance I could get copyright striked by it. Yeah. So it's why I don't mind like playing like movie clips and stuff, because I can just edit it out afterwards, but can't let it go past 5 hours. So that's kind of my hard and fast rule. Yeah. But artistically, Tato, I want to know artistically, what do you want to make? Don't worry about money right now. Just think artistical. Oh, no. Okay. Okay. Let's see. I mean, I like the suit guy. The suit guy looks cool. I feel like this is the sort of dude I would picture myself as, but... Oh, no, I'm picking the doggy. I like the doggy. I want the doggy. I want to pick the doggy. Doggy is my favorite. Yeah.
As
You like cozy? I like cozy games too. What's your favorite cozy game, Kaden? What cozy games have you played recently? I have played, probably nobody's heard of it, it's a very obscure game. I used to play Stardew Valley quite a bit in the day. Of course you like Donut Counter. Isn't that the one where it's like a giant void is like... Sure. Ashes, sure. Sure. Of course you would like that. Have you ever played the Stanley Parable? I just saw your message on Discord. Sure, if you want to, feel free to. Have you ever played the Stanley Parable? Parable, Tato? I think you'd like that. That's a fun game. Do you get... Now I want to do a Let's Play of the Stanley Parable, but it's late. I think the creator of that isn't the creator. You guys don't know what the Stanley Parable is, but I believe David. It's a fun game. I mean, I have it. It is one of those games, though, that you don't really need to play. You can just watch somebody else playing, and you'll get an experience. Yeah, you can just watch. You can just watch a playthrough of all the endings. I saw somebody once. I won't name names, but they're a nice person, so I don't want to be mean. But the most frustrating playthrough I've ever watched is somebody not getting the Stanley Parable and just doing the same thing over and over again. And it was so frustrating to watch because I was like, I came in on it. And I was like, oh, I can help you. I can help you figure out how to get through this. And it's like, so it's just like, I don't understand this game. It just doesn't make sense. I just keep going back to the same spot over and over again. And the whole trick with that is you're supposed to explore. You're supposed to explore and fight against the narrator. You're not supposed to, like, you're supposed to fight against the story of the game. And it's like, the fact that they kept just doing the game over and over again, I'm like, oh my god. Like, oh my god, no, you can't keep doing this. And it was like, they worked, I was like, I can help you, I played this game. I know where all the endings are. Ugh. I still think about that to this day, how frustrated that I was by that one game. Because it's not, the thing about it, Ashes, is it's not a complicated game. I don't know. They just kept going to the normal ending, and they're like, well, what's going on? It's like, did you not notice all the choice? Oh, it was so frustrating. It was so frustrating, and they were... Oh. Oh. It's not a hard game, is the thing, Ashes. It's not a hard game. You can't really die in that game. You just kind of... I mean, some people derisively call it a walking simulator, or I would say it's more of a choose-your-own-adventure game. You know, it's more of a choose-your-own-adventure, and the game is just figuring out where the choices are, what the choices actually are. I mean, I'm at times sympathetic to like this sort of thing because it's like I too have been very bad at video games and I didn't get obvious things, so I'm like, you know, like it may be frustrating, but it's also like I have been this dumb before. Hey, Dad. It's a double jump! Just... It's a double... Jump and... Jump and then jump. Oh. That was my favorite. My favorite was the... I mean, I'm sympathetic. But... Where is it? I know... Where is it? I have it. No, I've played it before. On here. That's weird. I'm tempted to just buy it outright because I think I just want to prove that I can get past it because I'm so frustrated by that video. I am frustrated by that video. That video frustrates me. I am frustrated. You have frustrated me successfully. No, but now I'm frustrated because like where's Cuphead? I owned it. I thought I did. Just fucking. Oh, he got past at some point. Yes! Yes! That's what you do. Press it and then... Oh my god. Oh my god. I do find it... Yeah. Oh my god, they finally got past it. I mean, part of the problem, if I could, for something, is with game journalism. Is I don't like the Gamergate stuff. I remember all the Gamergate stuff, and it was terrible and awful and just so nightmarish. What was so funny about the Gamergate stuff is they were so hyper fixated on like women in video games that they didn't focus on like the obvious problems with gaming journalism is like that they're total like shills. Like the big websites are... Oh my god, I hate that guy so much.
I hated him before everybody else hated him. I'm like I'm getting a sense that this guy is a moron. This guy is a moron who doesn't know what he's talking about. Isn't he also like super pro Israel or something? I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of Hassan, but it's like how can you? No, I think he. Yeah. He's just okay. Yeah. Oh, whatever. Yeah. Potato genocide. What can you say? He's just a moron. He's also like, yeah, I don't know. I haven't kept up with him, but I know he's like, well, potato. I'm trying to make. Yeah, I have issues with Hassan. It's more about the thing with Hassan is I don't really disagree with him on a lot of points, but hey, Benara. Hi, good to see you. Up late, are we? Up late in the hours of the eve? I just find it. All I was going to say is I just find him yeah, screw it. Screw it. We can sit. Screw it. Who cares? Let's just keep going. I just find him annoying. I don't like his personality. I find him annoying, and I find him very hard to listen to. So I'm like, I might agree with you, but I also am like, it's like I can get this from other sources. It's so annoying. I guess I could. It's really annoying to do that on YouTube. Yeah. How's it going, Minar? Good to see you. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Yeah. I mean, I don't like. Oh, I don't know. 1 second, let me check. Sorry. Why did it block? Oh, I know. Yeah. It's because that can be a slur. Trad. Yeah. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Honestly, Ash, just me and him seem to get a lot of our stuff from the same sources, so it's like, I'm good. I'll just watch. Oh, that's awesome. You have a link to it? Congratulations. If you guys don't know, Benara and me, we went to college together, and we were in the same course. We were in the same class even. But it's like I find him. I'm good. I'm good with Hassan. I'm good. Yeah. Link that stuff. Oh, J-Bo. Very cool.
Very cool. Look at that. Very neat. Very neat. Very cool. It's a good name. Oh boy. What time is it? God, I'm tired. I don't tend to enjoy like the political side of Twitch all that much. I don't know. It is a start. That is very cool. Oh man, guys, I am so tired. I've been doing this for like 5 hours. I am beat. I don't think I can keep going on. Yeah. Very cool. Yeah, I mean, I hate Asmon. I hate Asmon Gold so much. Okay, whatever. Screw it. I mean, I hate him like so much. I might find Hassan annoying, but I tend to agree with him politically. But I hate. I can't. So like this is real petty, but I tend to hate people who use like Twitter words too much in real life conversation. Like as a media personality. Yeah. I don't even know. It's just every take I've heard from Asmongold has been the most brain dead, like nonsense. Asmongold has been the most like brain dead nonsense term ever, and people like placate him because I mean it's who's the French Canadian guy that seems like thick as like a brick. Like XQC, you know? Yeah, XQC. Like, I don't know. The 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 dude. Hey, how dare you? How dare you? Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. Hey, man. Welcome to Quebec. That's how Quebec is. Remember that the Quebec Separatist Party was also a fascist. That the most popular political party for a long time in Quebec was the fascist Separatist Party. Very nice, Bernard. Yeah. We have fun. It is always fun. I guess I'm really tired now because I'm talking politics. Yeah, well, it is always funny with like French Canadians because it's like, oh, they're so eccentric, they're so weird, they're so quirky, and unless you know like a good deal about like Canadian politics, you'll know like, oh no, they're like racist shoothead, poopheads. They're like racist jackasses who would like be very happy with like a dictatorship to expunge all the non-French Canadian influences out. Yeah, but they're actually quite, the French aren't even as bad as like the Quebecers really are. you know, the Quebecers have this weird extremism to them. And, you know, that's been changing in recent time. That's been changing. There's been a more moderate approach that Quebec has taken. But, yeah, there's been some more moderate stuff as of late, and the separatist parties are less fascist than they used to be, but I mean, is it you know, there was this election in Canada that came up recently, and it's like, I wonder if people were shocked that the guy who thought Trump was really cool and smart was Quebecer. Was a Quebecer, because it's like they're always Quebecers. The Canadian fascists are like 9 times out of 10 from Quebec. I mean, Quebec itself, like the cities, like Montreal is beautiful. It's a beautiful city. I've been to Montreal. It's very gorgeous. Yeah. Ooh. That's fun. What's it? Well, I can assume a little bit of what's about. What? I don't know. What word? Oh yeah. Well, I've been. Oh yeah. I've gotten so much. I banned it because a certain user was throwing it around too much, and I got sick of it. Yeah, I got sick of arguing those subjects, and I'm like, okay, this word is gone from our language. Yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't really call them a friend. Yeah. That's very that's very cool. That's very cool. Yeah. I I don't know. Yeah, but it's like I don't know. It's so frustrating because like now most people are just saying like I just woke up, and it's like, yeah. I'm just like personally myself. I'm just like, why? I don't want to have these culture war debates anymore. I'm done. I'm just done. I'm not having these culture war debates anymore. Like you don't get a rise out of me anymore with this stuff. Like whatever. Go watch like the same, go be miserable and watch like the same 5 movies over and over again. I don't care anymore. Like I have to say, in my opinion, nothing is set. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that might be a good philosophy, a way to deal with it. I have to say, there has nothing been. Yeah, there was nothing sadder in my entire life than when I saw grown adults arguing whether the Little Mermaid should, what the real skin color of the Little Mermaid would be. I'm like, why the fuck do you care? Why the flip do you care? Why do you care? Why do you care? You're adults. You're not going to see the movie. You don't care about Little Mermaid. Why does this matter to you? Yeah. 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 Yeah, or something. I don't know. Why does this matter? Why did this matter? Why was this a debate? It's like these are adults. Yeah, exactly, Tato. Exactly. She should have been gray. It was garbage. Totally discounting gray people. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it's really. Ugh. Yeah, it sounds fine when it's a white guy, but when it's a I don't know. But it's like things like Harry Potter. I just don't care about Harry Potter anymore. I don't care to deal with Harry Potter. I don't want to bother with Harry Potter. No, I saw.
You were spelling it the English way, Tato. Yeah? That's very cool. That's very cool. I'm very happy. I have a ton of like Pokemon cards. I've been meaning to like maybe sell them. Well, because in the movie, Alan Rickman does look evil because he was Hans Gruber, and you know he's a bad guy. You know he's a bad guy because it's Hans Gruber. But it doesn't work. It doesn't work when it's... And he has a history of playing the bad guy in movies. Have you collected any cool ones?
Sources say the terrorist leader Hans may be this man Hans Gruber, a member of the radical West.
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Due to the Nakatomi Corporation's legacy of greed around the globe, they're about to be taught a lesson in the real use of power. You will be witnesses.
Here's my thing. We should just all watch Die Hard. Let's all just watch Die Hard. Why don't we all just sit down and watch the movie Die Hard, and I can explain in detail how Die Hard is really well structured. How it's really well made movie just on a fundamental level. How it's so well directed. How the script is almost perfectly written. Let's all just watch Die Hard. Let's stop talking about like. I don't know. It's so exhausting. I was so. Yeah. They have to. Yeah, Chicago is talking like in Chicago, you know? You know, like we're talking Chicago here. We're talking Chicago. We're talking sausages. We got some good like sausages here right now in Chicago. My friend Mike Wazowski and Jackie Turowski were just talking about there, you know, and it's like you're coming down, and we're gonna see the Bears, we're gonna see the Cubs, we're gonna see the Sox, all in one weekend. They're all playing in one weekend. They're all right here in Chicago, you know, and he's like, you know, in Chicago, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna walk down, and we're gonna see Second City. Belushi was there. You pay respect to you pay respect. You pay respect because the Belushi was there. Belushi was there. Farley was there. You're going to pay respect to that. And then we're going to get some deep dish. We're going to get some deep dish. It's real pizza. It's good. But that's just for tourists. Then we're going to go to the bottom. We're going to get some bar cut pizza. We're going to get some flatbread cut pizza. And that's the Pope. We're doing the Pope. That was my impression of the Pope. Ooh, very nice. I could do art. Do you guys want to see some art? Yes. I think that, yes, I too. I have doubts now that it's in the Americas, it will ever truly leave the Americas. I suspect that it's mostly going to be South America, but we'll see. Because the majority of Catholics now are South American. So. Do you guys want to see some art? Ashes, are you... yeah. Okay. I'll be back in a minute.
I've been needing to go to the bathroom for like the past half hour. Yeah. I mean, that would be nice. That would be nice, but I suspect there's going to be a strong tendency towards South America, just because that's where the majority of people who are Catholic now live in South America. So I just suspect that it's going. I'm actually, truth be told, I'm actually really surprised that, you know, I mean, he's Peruvian. He has Peruvian citizenship though, so I think that was the justification. Anyways, I'll be back in a minute. I mean, they don't live that long, gosh. They don't live that long. I'll be back in a minute, okay? Yeah, he's young. That, you have to remember, that's young for. This is quickly turning into my 48-hour stream that I keep promising I'm going to do. Yeah, I just had to go to the bathroom. Okay, 1 second. We're gonna be BRB again. I'm gonna set some stuff up. Be back in a second. I'm still here, just setting some stuff up. Okay, we're back. You may notice that there's no me, little me up in the screen, and I have suddenly become distant. But give me a sec. I'm working on that. There we go. And we are back. Okay, I gotta change. 1 second. Change some stuff. You know how much actual writing work I've done on this stream? You know how much actual writing work I've done on this stream? I've edited like a paragraph, and we've been talking for 5 hours. I've edited 1 paragraph. I'm very good at distracting people. That's why I'm doing a lot more like off-stream writing now than I used to. Because it's like... because it's like... well, if you guys... You know, the thing is, I don't mean for this to happen, but like the conversation just flows the way it does. And then there's never, the problem is that there's never like a good, I agree. That is the great that's the great problem with writing streams, is that people enjoy talking about writing and participating in writing, but the actual act itself can be at times quite boring. There is, I've been told there is sort of a motivational, peaceful thing where it's like watching somebody write can really gets you in the mood to write yourself. I mean, I can play music, but I try and avoid copyrighted music if I go over 5 hours. But yeah, whatever. I think I can get rid of it if I go over 5 hours. Really, yeah. Okay, I'm just looking at, but any suggestions? Yeah, well, okay, so with YouTube, what happens is, yeah, Asmund. Okay, so what happens with YouTube, it's less that. If Asmund is saying that he was auto-banned, then he's lying. What he was lying. What happens is, if you're caught playing music and, oh, no, I don't want, no, don't make me do that. If you're caught playing music, I'll quick draw Asmund. Here's my drawing of Asmund. Smelly poop. A smelly poop. Oh, you can't see it. Okay, that needs to be fixed. Okay. Okay, 1 second. I have to adjust the color correcting. Just how I've heard there's like a thing with like his cleanliness, that it's notoriously bad, but how did that work? I hate Asmund because he is such a fuck.
Here's the thing with Asmund. He's rich. Just hire a gosh darn maid to clean for you. I'm sure he's making millions. Just hire a maid. What are you doing living like that? Oh, okay. I can draw Talos. Sure. I can draw them all. He's a disgusting human being. Yeah, okay. Why are these fun facts? Why are these fun facts? These are not fun facts, they're horrific facts. They scare me immensely, Ashes. No. I have not seen his sink. He's a streamer. You don't need to look him up. He's not a guy that is important to have as a person in your knowledge bank. Yeah. He was a guy who was very successful. Here's the thing. Talos is nice. Talos is a nice character. Asmund is a guy who, was very successful because he watched other people's World of Warcraft videos and that's it, really. Oh, and then he streamed the Johnny Depp trial for 5 days straight. And now we must pretend like and now he has opinions on Israel. Okay. Oh, come on. Sorry, not you. Just I'm having trouble getting control of something. What is this? Why would you send me this? Why did I need this in my life? Why did I need that in my life, Ashes? You monster. Okay. What I don't get about... Anyways, I don't want to talk too much more about Asmund.
partly because he's been known to be a little bit touchy with stuff, and I don't want to get. I don't want to get in. I'm going to be frank. I don't think I could handle dealing with it. No, he'll never find me. But I'm so beneath him in suspicion. But I can talk. But also, why do I want to dedicate too much time to him? Okay. Yeah. It is funny, not I won't go too much more into this, but it is funny how like certain social media influencers can kind of act like pseudo dictators online because they have enough like they have like enough power that if you anger them, they can send their goons after you. So like it keeps people like from talking too much about them. That's cool. I like that. I like that we have that as a thing in society. Now, I like it when celebrities. I especially like it when celebrities engage in that. Let's see. Okay. Yep. I'm trying to up the contrast a little bit so you can see it better, but okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that works. Yeah. Don't dox people, man. Yeah. How much do you want to bet we can like push this to like 10 hours? I didn't tell him to dox him. I just explicitly rewarded that behavior. I just explicitly rewarded that behavior and thought how awesome it is. But I didn't tell him to do it. Yeah. If I could, yes, you should. But if I can explain a little bit of a thing. Yeah. Yeah, you got distracted by talking to me. Sorry, I'm like that. If I could explain a little bit of a thing of how to work, how societies work, using my favorite medium ever, the medium of pro wrestling. So Vince McMahon, who up till very recently was pretty much in charge of pro wrestling's biggest company. Yes. Go to bed. Go to bed, Ashes. Go to bed, because this might be I know. I saw that. I know. I saw that. I believe the Undertaker, Cody, and Rhea. Is Rhea also in? That would make sense since she's the big female star. I love Rhea Ripley. Rhea Ripley, Fortnite. I think she is. Is she? WWE Fortnite. Oh, yes, Bianca Blair. Oh, they have Becky. Nice. They have Becky Lynch and Bianca Blair. Okay, let's see. Oh, Bailey made it. Oh, good. Cena, The Rock. Oh, The Rock, obviously. Yeah. Yeah, The Undertaker rules. Although, yeah. Nah. Turns out Mark Calloway, The Undertaker, has had some sort of bogus opinions about stuff, but whatever. It's not like I'm depending on a wrestler for my political hot takes. Yeah. Tato, I feel like I think Tato, you would be a big fan of Becky Lynch. I think Tato, if I could talk you into watching wrestling, it would be either for Becky or Rhea Ripley. But I feel like you would be drawn to Becky Lynch. I have a suspicion. Yeah. Pro wrestling. If I feel like there's a few people that you would probably like. I'm trying to think of the performers that would you would maybe enjoy, and I suspect Lynn. I'm trying to think who you'd like. Yeah. Okay. Who? Becky Lynch? Yeah. Yeah, she's kind of like a take all, like, no shit. Becky Lynch, and I think maybe Rhea Ripley would be somebody else you like. I am trying to think of somebody who has like maybe sort of goofy humor. Bailey probably would be somebody also you'd probably gravitate towards as a performer. You know, this is the first time I've ever drawn. For some reason, I don't really draw like characters I write in books all that often, just because it's just something I don't usually do. Undertaker is such a cool. I mean, the Undertaker is just so cool of a character. Oh, that's Jey Uso. That's because of Jey Uso. Yes, there is a WWE brain rot wrestler. So yeah, Jey Uso. That's his catchphrase is yeet. He goes yeet all the time. So if he hits somebody, you yell yeet, and if somebody hits him, you yell not yeet. Yeet, not yeet, yeet, not yeet. Yes, I mean, I can tell you, it's Jey Uso. It's because it. Oh, no. I can tell you, it's because Jey Uso has that as a. 1 second, let me find. But that's the reason they're doing that is because Jey Uso has a catchphrase. Yeah. This guy. This guy, he's not like. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know if this guy can go as far as he thinks he can. I mean, I thought it was kind of funny that the biggest meme of the year seems to be wrestling related, but you know what I'm talking about, right? What the potential biggest meme of the year is, in my opinion. Chicken jockey. Am I saying it right? Chicken jockey. Oh, man, I don't want to talk about Logan Paul. Logan Paul beat AJ Styles at WrestleMania, and I'm upset. I'm upset because it actually wasn't that bad of a match, and it frustrates me. It frustrates me that it was. I'm like, objectively, I can look at this. I'm like, it's like that's not that bad of a match, honestly. But I hate Logan Paul. Ugh, so annoying. Yeah, chicken jockey. Yeah. Being good at being like artistically talented doesn't make you a good person. But by the way, yeah, it is funny because I wonder how many people are picking up on the fact that it's a Nacho Libre reference. Yeah. He felt bad about it, Ashes. He felt bad about it, and he did an apology video. What? What? Have you seen that movie, Tato? Have you seen the Minecraft movie? What more do you want from him? He cried. He said he made a series of unfortunate mistakes. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to throw some caveats. I'm going to throw some caveats on that because, yes, you will be, but there I think there's a few extra caveats that must be accounted for. I don't think. Isn't it weird? Yes. You do? Yes, wonderful. I would point out, Ashes, that Logan Paul didn't get any legal trouble for what he did. No, I don't know. I mean, I don't know the full extent of this guy, but I will point out that another influencer who was trying to pull the same stuff, but to be fair, to a more extreme degree, is now facing 30 years in prison. And I wonder if there might be a little bit of a difference. But yeah. But then again, listen, I'm just going to say it. I think if Logan Paul had not been a good-looking, physically fit white guy, the response would have been very different. Well, no, that happened in Korea. Ashes, that happened in Korea. You do? But that's at least my opinion. Yeah. Well, then maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But I do suspect that I do suspect that because of who what Logan Paul looks like, he gets away with a lot more. Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking of Johnny Somali. You did? Oh, I like that. Do you like Minecraft, Tato? I assume you're young. You're an alpha, so I assume you like Minecraft. Yeah. No. Bad people are rewarded. Bad people are rewarded for behavior. Tell me what you like to do in Minecraft. I'm curious. Because I'm always curious what people do in Minecraft. Because it's always something different. I gotta admit, Minecraft is pretty addictive. It is pretty addictive. It is a game I got very sucked into. I don't play it anymore, but it is one of those games that I had to stop playing because I got way too sucked into it, and I can get sucked into it if I let myself. What type of stuff do you build? See, I build James Bond villain layers underwater. I kept trying to build like a supervillain layer underwater. And it required me to like, I wanted to build an entire house made of glass underwater. Yeah. Well, because I wanted to swirl around Brandel and I wanted to swirl around Brandel and drink it and yeah. That's who I was thinking of. But also, you know, it's not exactly one-for-one comparison because Somali took it much further, but the thing is, the reason Somali was able to take it further is because Paul established that as a thing. Is the thing. Paul is because that wasn't stopped with Paul. It accelerate. Here's the thing: if you don't stop it, it accelerates this behavior. If it's not really, I hadn't even heard about that. The one I was hearing about was Somali. But the thing is, if you don't stop, it's a little bit like a cancer. If you don't stop it, it'll get worse. Yeah. Tato, here's a question: has there ever been a time in your life that Minecraft didn't exist? Yeah, you can't do that you can't do that in the Philippines. Because I'm always curious about like these little cultural signifiers. Yeah. I'm always interested by these little cultural signifiers. And to me, a cultural signifier is what has always existed in your lifetime? Oh, why? I like how it's like awful thing, and kind of mild thing. It's like harassed security guards, attempted to kiss one, tried grabbing an officer's firearm, and filmed without permits. Like major crime, minor crime. Yeah. See, that's interesting. I wasn't. See that's. By the way, don't grab a cop's gun. Never grab a cop's gun. It's very, very illegal. You could get in a lot of trouble for trying to do that. But I always find that really funny when something like that happens. It's like, yeah. Here's the thing. You know, you guys might be too young to remember this, but prank channels have always been the worst. It does look so cool, and it'd probably be really badass if you managed to grab it. So maybe you should. Here's the thing, though. Prank channels have always been the worst. They've always been the worst. Like, they were a plague in like in 2000s when, like, with YouTube. You could reach, you could grab it, you could have all the power of a cop. And you know they get to do pretty much whatever they want all the time. Yeah. Well, okay, so Tato, I'm not really talking about those, but there was. Well, Tato, I hate to break it to you. One, a lot of those prank channels are prank channels are fake. Like, everybody in it is just an actor pretending. And I'm sure the ones you were watching were relatively. Yeah, I'm sure the ones you were watching were relatively wholesome. What I mean by, there was a brand of prank channel that existed on YouTube for many years, and pretty much all they did was, and a ton of people were doing this, is they would, like, say, go around to, like, you know, minority neighborhoods where you know, a lot of black people lived, and they would, like, scream racial slurs. Slurs, or, like, they would do fake pranks, but it was always the message was, boy, aren't these black people violent and angry all the time. Or they would stage sexual assaults and be like, isn't this funny, I shouldn't say that, yeah, but they would like stage, like, harassing women. Yeah, all that stuff. Yeah. And basically, like, modern day, like, kick streamers and stuff like that, like real IRL streamers, are pretty much the evolution of those sorts of guys. And that's what I mean when, like, I talk about, like, bad prank channels. Is, like, these, like, sort of, like, low grade, really, honestly quite racist. Yeah. Yeah. Well, they were waiting for Kick. Kick was their home. I gotta quit Kick. It's so useless. It's because, you know what the thing is, Ash, is I've made, like, 1 or 2 friends there that are very nice people, and I would feel bad about leaving them, and I just. I'm so embarrassed that I'm on it. You notice I never advertised that channel. Yeah. Yeah, but it's like, it's all this garbage. It's just this it was just this garbage, and most of them got like shamed off. Yeah, I mean, even iDubbbz is kind of honestly, a lot of iDubbbz' stuff is aged really badly. But isn't no, do not like that. It's so funny how, like, this is evolved, because this see, and I accept the apology, and I assume it's sincere, and I have no issues with that. But still his stuff is still his like prime stuff is aged kind of badly. I'll throw this out there. I've never liked Cutie Pie. I've always found Cutie Pie to be really annoying. It's so funny because I was just like, I'm slightly older. Yeah. I'm slightly older than like this. I feel well. One, my internet tastes as a teenager were very like pedestrian, and like okay. So this is gonna reveal maybe a bit too much about me, but we can talk about it. Okay, I wasn't really on YouTube. I wasn't really interested in YouTube when I was a kid. Yeah, I was kind of. Oh God, you're gonna have to. I'm gonna admit what I was into as a teenager. Guys, forgive me for saying what I'm about to say. I really liked Channel Awesome as a teenager. I was a big fan of Channel Awesome. Mostly the Nostalgia Critic. Ugh. I'm sorry. Of course. Nobody cares what the Nostalgia Critic is, but I was super into like that. You know what, Tato? Nothing you need to know about. Okay, the Nostalgia Critic was a guy in a suit. I also liked like the Angry Video Game Nerd. I wasn't as big a fan as the Angry Video Game Nerd as I was with the Nostalgia Critic. But the Nostalgia Critic had a website, reviewed like old movies. I did watch Machinima. Oh yes, I really liked Red vs. Blue. But the Nostalgia Critic was a guy, and he just watched like old movies and cartoons, and he would make fun of it. And there was this whole like website of people. There was this whole website of people who like also did his bit. Like, do you guys know who Lindsay Ellis is? Or I think she's the most famous person who came out of that whole group. Yes, I did watch some Machinima. I was more like, because I was always like, okay, so here's the thing: if it was an internet thing, I was like watching like reviews of old movies or something. But I was mostly like watching like actual like, I was also watching like a lot of TV shows, like a lot of movies and TV shows. Again, I'm old, so yeah. No, they did not. They have not. I'm old, so like I still like watched a ton of movies. Like that was what I was really into, was like movies and TV shows and stuff. Like when I was a teenager, my favorite show was Breaking Bad. I think I'm really cool for that. Or like The Simpsons, or I was into Daria. I'm just saying. But yeah, YouTubers. I wasn't really into YouTubers. It was like I would watch like Blip TV stuff, which was like Nostalgia Critic and just the Channel Awesome guys, which is like the cringiest thing to admit that you were into now. So the Nostalgia Critic had a whole bit where he would like watch old movies and then get mad at them. And so he was like, he'd watch like Batman and Robin, and he'd be like, I don't even know who that is. He'd watch like Batman and Robin, and there'd be like a scene where like Batman has a Bat credit card. And he goes like, a Bat credit card! I am offended by this implication! No, he didn't really say that. Aren't all Minecraft YouTubers like weirdos? Like, is Mumbo Jumbo the animation people? I like those. I like those guys. I'm gonna show you. Let me show you. Let me show you. Well, my opinion generally is if people don't know are really uneducated in politics, I would rather them just not speak about it at all. Oh, okay. Okay, so I thought this was hilarious as a 14-year-old. Be prepared.
Limelight and steal any hidden photographs taken of him is now making public appearances at a sexist auction where men bid on good-looking women to take out on a date. While there, they come across the seductive Poison Ivy, who blows a hypnotizing perfume that makes men bow to her every will. And as you sadly might have guessed, Batman and Robin actually start bidding on her.
$1 million.
$2 million.
3 million. 4 million. 7 million. Never leave the cave without it.
A bat credit card? They gave him a bat credit card? They had the balls to give one of the greatest superheroes of all time a bat credit card? No! No! Do not compute! Do not compute! I apologize for that outrage. It was childish and immature. I just get a little peeved when I see one of my childhood icons carrying a bad credit card, you bastards! I'll kill you! I'll kill all of you! All of you will die! You'll get my death!
Let's see. What does he look like now? There was controversy. It's so complicated to explain what the actual controversy is. It's not him, but covering up somebody, seemingly. And kind of, let's see. Nostalgia critic. And like just really shitty. Yeah, well, okay. Then I have great tastes.
This episode brought to you by...
Oh, God. I mean, he's still doing better than me, so what am I complaining about? This is what he looks like now.
It's a subject matter I want to talk about for...
This is what he looks like now. Okay, so here's the thing. Here's maybe what... Okay, because these guys are weirdo, ironic dudes. They did a bit. Have you guys seen Smiling Friends? Have you guys ever seen the show Smiling Friends? I like Smiling Friends. Guess who they had? It's complicated why, but they've had a long running thing with the Nostalgia Critic. Yeah, they had him cameo.
And we'll never find out how to vanquish the evil demon. I just found out how to vanquish the evil demon on YouTube.
Hello, I'm Daniel the Demon Slayer. I slay demons so you don't have to. So you've encountered Ophelia Diabulu's demon and you've decided to slay it. Before we get to that though, this video is brought to you by the Dollar Shave Club. Whenever
Sorry, let me just skip ahead of that.
So the only way to slay this demon is you must drain its blood on a full moon. Ooh! And don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that.
All these years. Yeah, he aged fine. There's controversies around him. There's controversies around. There's a bunch of controversies around him. Okay. So the thing is, though, after a while, he had all these people on his site, and after a while, the only person I was really watching on his site was another contributor named Alison Pregler. Yeah, because he wasn't terrible, but Oh, yes. Yes, so that's where this all comes from. That's why he got on the show. I won't play it, but it's I know One E. I know. Yes, it's from the One E stuff. Because I don't really follow those guys all that much, but I have seen their bits on. I have seen their bits on him, and those are funny. I feel bad. Because partly. Okay, I'll talk. I was actually quite a big fan of Linkara as a teenager. Okay, go to bed. I was actually quite a big fan of Linkara as a teenager. And I know he doesn't like those parodies. And a little part of me thinks... Go to bed, Tatum. Please go to bed. And a little part of me thinks that part of the reason he doesn't like those parodies is because I just think those fans are annoying and they keep quoting at him stuff from it. And I was like, I was on his side for a long time on that. And then somebody pointed out, it's like, yeah, but all he does is make fun of comics. And like the second like somebody makes fun of him, he's like, you can't do that. And I'm like, I still really appreciate you, Linkar. Your videos kind of got me into comics, but it's not wrong. It's not wrong. If you do that life, it's maybe a little bit. If that's your bit, maybe you don't have as much to. Okay. I'll go back to that. I'm still not really confident myself as like a cartoonist. Ethan Klein, the H3H guy. Are you talking about H3H guy? I've never liked him. I don't know what he's doing now specifically, but I've never liked H3H. I'm always shocked that people like really talk up original H3H as like something so like revolutionary. I don't know. I've never. I don't know. I just don't. Yeah. Yeah. I try, like, I don't know. I'll say, you have to be, I try and be careful. But I was like, if you really look at like the history of that and go like, yeah, it's the Palestinians that are the jackass. It's the Palestinians that are in the wrong. I'm like, really, that's the lesson you got out of all of that? Yeah. That's I'm such a nobody who. Oh, okay, but yeah, I'm like I'm such a. Really? Ah, that's so annoying. I hate that. I feel like, but I'm like such a nobody. Who am I? I don't know. I will say this. I've never got the big deal over him is. I've never found him particularly like funny. Really? Ugh. See, this is like the weird fascism I was talking about that YouTubers can do. It's like we can't have a discussion of him because it could be like a thought crime.
Well, I don't. I find it's not that I hate him. I find him annoying. It's not that I hate him. I just find him. I find him. You know what it? Ashes. Yeah. Ashes. It's like it's not that I really hate him. It's just I find him very very annoying. And it's like he's just. Even though I agree with him on a lot of points, I'm just like life's too short, man. Life's too short. I tried getting into him a few times, and it's like I tried getting into him a few times, and I'm just like, oh, I just can't stand this guy. I'm like, I'm agreeing with him, but yeah. I agree with him, but I also am like, I don't want. Yeah. Yeah. What are they? But yeah. The truth of the matter is, I tend to not like the political social media side as much. I used to be very into it, and I've just been, yeah. Oh yeah, oh no, I don't like Destiny at all. Oh God, no, Destiny. I don't know. Destiny comes off like a. Honestly, one of the things that frustrates me about like political commentary stuff, people, is like. I've never even heard that story. One of the things that frustrates me with like political commentary people is like, I don't like, okay, so this is maybe like bigger picture stuff. I don't like that politics is treated now on the same level. They tend to like turn politics sort of into like the same level of like, as like, internet drama. And it's like, man, there's more going on in the world. Like, it's not that Hassan and Destiny are arguing or whatever. It's that like real people who don't have like who like major governments in the world are screwing over, don't have the power to like fight for themselves, are dying, you know? Like, it's, I don't know. I find political like social media guys to be quite childish in a way. It can be quite childish in a way that I dislike. So yeah, so I'm like, I don't really engage with that side of social media anymore. I used to. I used to engage. I used to be quite engaged with that side, but I'm just not anymore. I know of. Here's the thing. I know of Destiny. I don't know enough about him. I know he said some really. The only thing I really know of Destiny is one. He got in. The only thing I really know of Destiny is that he had like some expert on. Like he had a panel thing about Israel, and like there was this whole like screaming match he got into with a guy, and I thought it was very funny because he was like, "You're a fucking idiot. You are a moron. You know nothing about anything. You're an idiot." And I don't know what he said, but it was very funny. It was very funny how angry that dude was at him, and I was like, wow, whatever that dude did, that was pretty funny. But I don't.
I have more in my life going on than worrying about dudes who spend most of their life streaming World of Warcraft and trying to justify war crimes. You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of dudes like that, and I don't got time for that. Yeah. There's just, I don't know. Like, you know, truth be told, like, my main focus lately has just been, I want to just be a writer. Like, that's my goal. I think I'm producing, I don't know. You may disagree with this, Ash. No, I don't know. I think you like the stuff I showed you. But I think I'm starting to produce decently high quality stuff as of late. You know, I really like this short story I wrote. I'm really actually quite proud of it. It's not perfect, and it probably can be improved, and it probably can be improved. It can be improved, I think, but I think I had a really good. I locked into something really strong there when I wrote it, and I'm really quite. And I think I'm yeah, sure. I mean, yeah. Thanks. Yeah. I mean, there's stuff. I mean, there's always stuff that you can do better. Honestly, I'm thinking of returning to these characters. I'm thinking of returning to these characters. I have maybe a bigger idea planned for them, but I don't know. I like the characters. I like what I did. Sometimes I think that people, I don't know. There's a little part of me. I just gotta like the thing about it is like with critique a little bit. It's like I can't control what the reader thinks of the thing, so I don't know. One or two notes I've gotten are like I don't know. It's just like I was the style. You know, it's just the style I went for. And it's like I don't know, man. I really can't fix that. It's just the story I went for. It's just that. But yeah. I also really like Luna. I'm really proud of Luna. I know it's not, 100% there yet, but I think it's gonna when it's there, it'll be when it's there, I think people will really fall in love with it. I hope, at least. I hope people will, because I've worked very hard on that. Yeah. Okay, good night. What am I doing still up? Yeah. I mean, there was a little part of me that was hoping maybe I could cross the 1,000 follower threshold. Ah, we're getting so close, Ashes. We're getting so close. Because we're just 2 away. This wouldn't happen to be an alt account of yours, would it, Ashes? Just some random guy? Hi, shy monk. Schmunk. Oh, you're a real guy. Oh, you're a real person. Hi, real person. I didn't realize you were... I thought this was just like some alt account that Ashes had. Hi! How's it going? Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. How's it going? Good to see you. Hope everything's treating you well. Tell me a little bit about yourself. How dare she? Right, yeah. Well, I assume. Now I feel compelled to stay on until we hit 1,000, but yeah. We'll stay on for at least another hour. Honestly, I really missed doing art. I haven't been keeping up with it as much as I usually do, and I really missed it. How dare you? Okay, sure. No, I mean, I'll get it. I mean, I'll definitely... Hi, Monk. How's it going? I'm good. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it immensely. You have got me. You've got me to 999 followers. I'm so appreciative. We just got one left to go. Tell me a little bit about yourself. Are you a writer? Or just a cool person? Or do you play League of Legends? I believe Ash or Rocket League. Nice. What type of stuff do you draw? If you feel free to share. If you're looking for a place to share. Okay, I do have a Discord server. Yeah. Oh, really? Oh, you don't have it. Don't. You actually do draw. Okay. I'm going to invite you to my Discord server 1 second. Feel free if you want to share your work. Hello, Cabbage. I assume this is our dear friend Monk. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Who just followed me? Who just... Virion! Woo! You're human? I wouldn't care if you weren't. Woo! Oh, thank you. Monk, Virion? Oh my god, I've been trying for a year to get this number. I've been like stuck at like 990, like 970 for like half a year. Oh my god. Oh. Dang, now I actually have to do that 48-hour stream I promised. Oh well. Next weekend. Next weekend I'm going to do a 48-hour stream where I have some stuff planned. Not today. Not this weekend. We'll do it next week. I have a bunch of stuff I have to do this week, but we'll do it next week. Oh. So, tell me about yourselves. Oh yeah, I have a newsletter, whatever. Woo. No, it's fine. No, it's fine. I appreciate the follow. Let's see. Yay! It now says I'm at 1K. Oh, what a beautiful day. I always feel you aren't. Yay! I finally got to the place where all my friends have gotten. People do that. People do that. I remember when I was getting like to near like 600, I think. A bunch of people unfollowed right as I hit about 600. That was such a bummer. Oh, Viren, if I'll invite you to. If you want to join the Discord, you don't have to. I appreciate the follow immensely, but I do have a Discord. And if this properly loads, I can send you there. Well, here's a link. Oh. Kind of thought I'd hit this goal last year, gonna be honest. Woo! Oh. Okay. Honestly, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do now. Okay. Okay, Ashley, thank you so much. Thank you. Honestly, yeah. This was a big goal of mine. I wanted, this was one of my big goals this year. Is I wanted to hit 1,000 followers on here. So. Now to get published, to finish Luna, and to finish another book. Okay. Okay. I'll probably call it here, right? I mean, I have energy, but yeah, let's call it here. Okay. Good night, everybody. Thank you for the 1,000 follows. The subtitle of tonight's stream was secretly streaming until I hit 1,000, and we did. Okay. Good night, everybody. Bye.